All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2023 Interconnection Process Enhancements Track 2 Working Group. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today in person and virtually. Before we get started, we're going to have a few comments from our internal team here for those who are joining us today in person.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Katie Kirshner, and I'm a business continuity analyst here at the ISO. For the next couple of minutes, I'm just going to relay some actions that are needed during a shelter-in-place, lockdown, an evacuation, or medical emergency. During an emergency response event, audible and visual alarms may go off. A public announcement system will instruct on the situation and next steps. And our ISO staff receive emergency notifications on their phones. If it isn't safe to evacuate due to a hazard, we ask that you stay where you are, seek cover if needed, and wait for further instructions. Additionally, if we need to lock down, we can engage all the doors by using the key on the red placards. And please note that our highly trained security officers will mitigate any threat and keep us all safe. In the event of an evacuation, please stay calm and follow ISO staff to either the visitors parking lot and northern evacuation zones, or they'll take you through the doors of our cafe and lead you to our southern evacuation zones. If you're not feeling well or see a medical emergency, please say something to our ISO staff. They will notify our security officers who are first aid and AED trained. They may call 911 and render any aid until first responders arrive. And just as a final note, restrooms are down the little hallway here and to the left. And thank you for trusting us with your safety.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that. So let's go ahead and get started. Again, good morning, everyone. My name is Caitlin McGee. I'm representing the Stakeholder Affairs Group here at the ISO. I'll be helping facilitate today's meeting. And then I'm also joined today by Danielle Mills, Principal of Infrastructure Policy, Jason Foster, Manager of Queue Management, and Bob Emmert, Senior Manager of Interconnection Resources. So for those online and in the room today, as a reminder, the presentation for this meeting can be found on the Policy Initiatives webpage, and you can access that through the Stay Informed tab of our ISO homepage. A few housekeeping reminders. This call is being recorded for informational and convenience purposes only. Any related transcription should not be reprinted without the ISO's permission. These collaborative working groups are intended to stimulate open dialogue and engage different perspectives. We do ask that you please keep your comments professional and respectful and try to refrain from repeating what has already been said. For those of you that are joining virtually through WebEx, there's a few ways you can raise your hand or ask questions today. If you're connected through the audio-only line using your, if you're connected through audio using your computer, using the Call Me option, you can click the raise hand icon there on the bottom right toolbar. And then if you're joining us through an audio-only line, you can press #2, and that'll add you to the queue. Or if you prefer, you can send your question to all panelists via the chat, and I will read them aloud for you so folks in the room can hear it as well. If you do need any technical assistance during the meeting, you can send a chat to the event producer, and they'll help you out with WebEx. So we have a full agenda today. After I complete this introduction, I'll hand it over to Danielle. She'll walk us through some updates and the stakeholder survey results. Bob will take us through feedback on the intake proposals, and we'll break for lunch. And lunch will, for those of you who are in the room, you can grab lunch downstairs in the cafe. And then we'll come back, and Jason will walk us through feedback on queue management proposals. We'll have another break and continue that discussion when we return, and we'll close out the day with our next steps on the initiative schedule. So many of you are familiar with this image here. This is just a quick overview of the CAISO Policy Initiative stakeholder process. And as you can see, we're at the very beginning of the proposal development. We've had several working group sessions, and so this is really to help us formulate the development of a straw proposal and begin that proposal development process. And just to recap again, the working group structure, the different roles that we have. Again, I'll be helping kind of facilitate today's meeting a bit. We have Salim here, who is acting as our scribe, and then all of you who are working group participants. And again, we ask for you to provide those ideas and engage and provide that input throughout today's discussion. And for today's objectives, we really want to discuss recent and relevant updates and share initial feedback on concepts and proposals discussed throughout the working group process as we kind of close this stage. So with that, I'll hand it over to Danielle.
Good morning, everyone. Great to have Caitlin here in person as the voice behind our WebEx usually. So we have a couple of announcements today. It's been a very busy few weeks and a very busy weekend for some of people on our team and probably some of you as well. We did want to acknowledge that FERC adopted an order on Thursday around interconnection, nationwide. And we didn't see that order until Friday afternoon, so we've been poring over it and just kind of trying to get a grasp of what that is going to look like. So we're still digesting the order, but we recognize that it includes a lot of new details and a lot of new requirements that will probably impact our efforts in this initiative. So for today, we just really want to focus on some of the concepts and proposals that have already been discussed within these working group meetings. But we will get back to you all on, once we've digested the order, how we plan to move forward with both the compliance order for FERC as well as any changes to the scope or timeline in the IPE initiative. So I think if we can, probably avoid discussion of interpretations of the order for today, that would probably be best. I think it's most productive to just capitalize on the time that we've spent together in these working group sessions and move forward with some of the concepts that we've been exploring. If there may be some things that you're thinking of a little bit differently in light of the order, we understand that. We're evaluating that too, but let's just try to stay focused on the IPE initiative. So that is the first order of business. Any comments or questions on that? Or online? Okay. Second matter, and
there is a question from Rayanne online.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Rayanne.
That it's not going to be something we discuss in IPE, but is the CAISO going to discuss it elsewhere? Is there going to be a separate discussion, market notice, anything like that?
We haven't made any plans on that yet, so it's possible, but not certain. Okay, anyone else?
No other questions online.
Thanks, Elena. So second piece, this came up during the Transmission Development Forum, and just wanted to acknowledge the statement that PG&E made during that meeting, which is that they're open to discussions with resource developers about having funds advanced to PG&E to maintain or, when possible, expedite network upgrade timelines. They suggested reaching out to your interconnection manager at PG&E if you'd like to further discuss it. We view this as being separate from the IPE initiative. I think during that conversation, there were a few questions about how this statement might interact with this initiative. So we just wanted to be clear, if it's relevant to all of you. If you want to move forward, we encourage you to work kind of bilaterally with PG&E and have that conversation. Any comments or questions there? If PG&E wants to say anything, you're welcome to. Okay. All right, then we'll move forward with some stakeholder survey results.
And I'm sorry, Danielle, there is Susan Schneider has a hand raised.
Okay, thanks.
Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Can you hear me okay?
You're a little quiet.
Okay, how about this? Is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, I just had a question. I know you don't want to address it here, but and I don't know all of the details, but the idea that if a developer would advance funds in order to expedite things, it's a little bit strange because it seems like part of what has happened, or the delays that have happened have been due to, scheduling of work and availability of resources and that kind of thing. And this statement implies that it's perhaps there's a money issue involved. Anyway, I think this is not, I know you don't want to talk about it here, but it is something that the CAISO should be concerned with and possibly should address in some other way rather than just leaving it up to PG&E. It's the idea that it's just more, if you just pour more money into it, the statement's always been, well, that doesn't work because there's only limited resources, but this seems to imply something else. And maybe even more for more than just one PTO. So anyway, just a concern.
Thanks, Susan. I think that the main point is it's outside of this initiative. So for the sake of today's call, we'll avoid conversations, but.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Okay, Elena, anyone else?
No other hands online.
All right. All right. Well, thank you all. For those of you who participated in the stakeholder survey, we know we didn't give you a lot of time. I know this whole initiative has been a lot of work for all of you. The stakeholder survey was something that we had talked about, I think, since the first working group meeting. And so we did want to give you all a chance to provide some more candid feedback, anonymous feedback. But we also want to share what we heard from all of you in that survey with you today. So I'll just quickly run through some of the key questions. We didn't include all of them, and we didn't include all the written responses in this public deck, but we are reviewing, and we'll continue to review as we develop the straw proposal. So it was helpful. We do appreciate that. I think in total we had, as of yesterday, I want to say there were 18 or 20 survey responses. 39 yesterday. Okay, I was way off. Still reviewing. So more came in yesterday. Primarily, almost 70% of those came from developers, but we did have good participation from other types of stakeholders as well, so thank you for that. One of the first questions was just trying to get a handle of viability and how viability might change, or whether different factors contribute to project viability at different phases of the interconnection process. So this first question was really trying to understand what developers look for in terms of viability, developers and their other partners look for in terms of viability before they submit an interconnection request. And Caitlin, went through and provided this graph that shows it kind of more in ranking order, which looks like we just had you check the boxes, but this one shows the boxes that were checked most frequently. So the TPD allocation, site control, and then a little lower down is site exclusivity. Obviously down here, not a lot of people go into the interconnection process or submit an interconnection request with a PPA. We understand that, and I think the results of that, demonstrate it. Other kind of milestones or project characteristics in the middle probably are a little squishier. Some might have, permits started, others might have financing started. So I think those aspects in the middle may be taken with more of a grain of salt. Any comments on or questions on these results? Okay. And the next question was, what measures or factors help define a project's viability during or after the interconnection request process as the project proceeds to commercial operation? I think, again, there's probably a lot of, different responses depending on the project, but we do see, some of those commercial factors become more of a metric of viability when you see PPA execution kind of climbing up in the list. TPD allocation obviously becomes much more critical. Permitting moves forward once you're in the queue. Site control, a number of different factors, and you kind of need more things as the project continues to advance. Oh, and Susan, I see, raised her hand on the last slide. So Susan, if you have a question on this last slide, please go ahead.
I'm still on mute, I think. Am I still on mute? Oh, you can't. Okay, sorry, I couldn't. It didn't. There's no message. Okay, a couple things on this first one especially is, just to be clear, these are things that they're things that you would think about and consider, but you would not actually expect to have possibly any of these in hand by the time you submit an application. So I didn't want, we were very concerned that it not be interpreted to mean that these are things that you might have, or that these could be used as requirements to enter the queue. So we didn't want that to be misinterpreted. And then the other thing I wanted to say was that we, a couple of times in a couple of these, because there was no place for explanation or comment, did use that other box where there was an opportunity to put something in, and to put in some explanations or comments. And so I'm hoping that that will not get lost in the shuffle, and that you'll have a chance to read and consider those as well.
Yes, definitely, Susan. We have been reviewing those as they've been coming in, and we will continue to review those. We didn't want to post them just in the interest of both time and keeping it anonymous. You know, we wanted to keep some of that.
Right, understood.
Just for
But
our own.
especially that first comment where, just because, for example, people are, obviously you wouldn't have a TPD allocation, that's an obvious one, but you wouldn't necessarily have site control or have site exclusivity. You might. And the things that you pay attention to here would be the things before you submit an application where, for a particular site, you might have the most concern. So it might be different for each site. It's not like, well, generally you would do this in a certain way. You know, if you had a lot of concerns about permitting, that might be the thing you might spend most time on before submitting an application. But you wouldn't necessarily have permits. So it shouldn't be necessarily a screening for getting in the queue.
Right. I think we all understand that this is sort of indicative of the development process, and not, I don't think the intent is to use the top ranking choice and say, okay, that's the new criteria.
Thank you.
As we'll talk about today, we are thinking about and looking at, you know, we have been thinking about and looking at some sort of scoring criteria, but this isn't going to be taken as a, you know, these are the things you must have. We understand the nuances.
Okay. Thanks very much.
And then we also had a question from Fernando Cornejo on WebEx. Okay. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. This is Fernando Cornell with SE. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Good morning, CAISO and fellow stakeholders. I just wanted to get a sense of what the CAISO intends to do with the survey responses, giving the acknowledgement that, you know, the number of respondents here is very much tilted in the developer community. I think you mentioned roughly 39 respondents. If you look at the graph in terms of what folks represent from the responses, it looks right around 70%. So just doing the quick, simple math, you know, out of the 39 or so responses that you got, you would expect maybe 27 of those to be, 27, 28 of those to be coming from the developer community. So you would, I would expect there to be some biases here in the responses and so I want to make sure that CAISO gives some kind of a appropriate weighting here, and it gives folks, the responders, the accorded weight based on their input. You know, if you have 3 or 4 PTOs, for example, and you have 28 developers, I want to make sure that that is somehow neutralized in the evaluation in terms of what the CAISO intends to do with these types of responses, because otherwise the information is very much tilted, obviously, in one sector of the industry, and we want to make sure that that's accounted for.
Thanks, Fernando. Yeah, we're not, I wouldn't say we're planning on doing any weighting or further analysis of this. This is purely just kind of additive and somewhat almost anecdotal. I think even given what Susan just said, that none of this is going to be taken as like something that we should just pull out and drop into a straw proposal as new requirements. And we will take it with that awareness that it is heavily skewed towards the developer feedback that we received. So.
Yeah, I think that's very, very key and fundamental to anything that the CAISO may do with this information, because, I mean, I've expressed my concerns, but I just want to make sure that that's a thought process the CAISO has in mind, and appreciate that feedback. Thanks, Danielle.
Okay, so the third question is, what are your considerations when assessing viability of a project after it converts to energy only? And this is another one where we got a lot of good written feedback as well that was helpful and illustrative. Obviously, ability to finance is important, and ability to provide local RA probably drops, which makes sense. So again, there's a lot of room in the middle here. I don't know if anyone has any other observations on this slide that you want to add from the ISO team or questions. Okay, yes or no question. If given the opportunity, would you withdraw a project from the queue if you were provided all of your available interconnection financial security postings back, assuming it would not impact another project? Overwhelming majority, I would say, of yes, understanding all of the aforementioned comments from stakeholders. Okay. This one, the question is, the graph is not all that illustrative of some of the responses that we've received. I think a lot of the written responses are more helpful. So if people want to, opine on some specifics on some of these issues that are alluded to here, please feel free. But projects lingering in the queue, it can be PTO related, it can be ISO related, it can be an issue of project development, procurement related, or policy related, I think. Any of the above probably applies. Is there any comment?
Fernando, go ahead.
Yeah, Fernando Cornelius. I think this particular slide, once again, just reaffirms the point I raised, and, finger pointing at one particular sector of the industry, and where we've got different numbers of actual respondents representing various sectors, PTO related, reasonings for the lingering in the queue. I mean, there's obviously a lot of debate. Folks are trying to get to a point where, we have shared responsibilities for making improvements, but here, obviously, this is very skewed in terms of, and reflects the respondent pool set coming predominantly from developers. Just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando. I do think this, I think it also demonstrates the need for all of us to have some shared responsibility on all of this, because it shows that there are issues everywhere.
Yeah, no, I agree for, the whole issue of shared responsibilities, but, I guess I'll take it personal, or, try to look out for the best interests of the company that I work for, and PTO related being at the top of the list in terms of the reasons for lingering in the queue. Obviously, we would have a different perspective on that, but I don't want to beat that dead horse. It does too much here.
Okay.
All right, we also have Gary Holdsworth from SDG&E. Go ahead.
This question was, you did allow multiple responses, correct?
I think we did have verbal or written responses, like a field for written responses as well. We just haven't posted
No,
those.
I mean, in the actual, like, check marks, because it always is a number of factors, not just one factor. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's all. Thanks.
And I think we asked, I appreciate that. I think we did ask stakeholders to explain what they were in each of those boxes too. So we do have more detail on that.
And then let's go back to Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Yeah, I want to be really clear, just in response to SE's comment. Then when certainly for us, when we said PTO related, it wasn't that we were pointing fingers, because sometimes things are beyond the PTO's control. And I think I would distinguish there between things like, the permitting takes a long time, or, but maybe it wasn't started right away. But even if it was, sometimes they things you can't control. And so it wasn't so much finger pointing as there wasn't really an opportunity to, to really distinguish here between maybe a mistake, like, oh my God, years later you find a circuit breaker issue, versus, things that couldn't be really helped. And so, there are only limited choices here. So I think we don't understand that there are definitely things that are beyond the PTO's control. But that was sort of checking the box and, what you had to work with here.
Thanks.
All right, and then also on WebEx, we have Dariush Shurmohamadi. Go ahead.
Darius, we can't hear you.
Wanted to maybe make a more fundamental point here, and I'm sure it's not going to be very popular with some of my friends at utilities. This process, this whole process, is to serve the needs of two communities. One is mainly the developer communities who want to connect to the grid and assume the risk of resource development and so on. And of course, make a living like utilities do. And low-serving entities who need the resources. ISO and PTOs are solution providers. They are the ones who solve the problem. To that extent, for this kind of analysis, maybe ISO and PTOs should be looking at this survey as be just looking at the survey and see how can we solve the problem given the issues as are perceived by the real customers of this process, which are the developers on one side and load-serving entities on the other side, as opposed to saying my input should weigh as much. I mean, it may be as you search for a solution to deal with the issues that are being raised by the industry, by the real customers of this process, then your solutions should reflect realities that you deal with, as opposed to getting offended by or feel you are not being counted. In that regard, I say, let's listen what the community that's using this process is thinking, presenting, and maybe CAISO and PTOs can work on a way of addressing those within the capabilities and within the tools and methods that they have. Just I thought I should make this point after Fernando made fairly good comments, but I thought maybe that was sort of is twisting the reason for this whole exercise. Thank you.
Thanks, Jagdish. I did see a question come through on the chat about whether we're still accepting surveys, and I think we can keep it open. We'll let everyone know when we're going to plan to close it. But again, this is just more for kind of additional context for the ISO staff and getting feedback from all of you. So we can leave it open for a little while. This is probably the last time we'll post the results with all of you, but we'll still review all the comments and things like that.
Hi, this is Ashwini Mani, PG&E. Another suggestion, these are great questions that opens up a lot of discussion. Has the CAISO thought about for these same questions, giving metrics or data based on real projects? How many projects that are in these very buckets, right? PTO delayed, customer delayed. I think this is an opinion which may lead to finger pointing, but I think if we can, for these very questions, provide answers based on real data that CAISO already has, would that be something CAISO would be open to?
We can look at it, consider it, yeah. Thanks. Any other questions? So this is another one where the feedback that we received is much more illustrative, and I think some of that is, has been reflected in the work that Jason will talk about today, but what ISO processes could be updated to ensure that projects either continue to move forward or withdraw. So there's a big other there. Status reports, modifications, and limited operation studies would all also be updated potentially. You want to say anything on that, Jason? Or wait, okay. Question of whether the ISO should establish defined times for modifications in advance of procurement. The small majority was no, if you look at that being just at 50%, and some comments as well.
We do have a hand raised from Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just wanted to say this is one of the opportunities, and I don't know if others did the same thing, where we, for here, where you had the defined, you know, so, and some of the others also where you had, you know, how long should you be in the queue and all that kind of thing. We use the other to explain, but it was a no, but we use the other because that's where you could actually explain why you were saying no.
Yeah.
So in this case, we felt that limiting, having defined times for modifications and limiting submittal and approval of modifications will actually delay projects because they need that approval to order equipment and to do site work and to do other things. And if you have to wait for that, that will just delay their own timelines. So that was our reason. But we didn't put that under no, we put that under other.
Okay. Yeah, so big grain of salt to stakeholders who are looking at these results too, and we will take that. We have the benefit of all the comments that explain this as well, so wanted to show you. Similar question on whether we should establish defined times for modifications in advance of synchronization. This is probably another where there's a lot of detail in the other. And then a question of whether stakeholders are in favor or opposed to publishing all phase 2 study results publicly. Large majority was in favor of. I don't think we provided a zone for questions on this, but I can't recall. There was a box. Okay.
Hi, this is Ashwini again with PG&E. So when, this question is is it all phase 2 study results publicly? Are we talking about area reports or individual reports?
The idea was individual reports. So all project level results would become public. Was the depth of the question.
When the answer is in favor of over 70%, the consent looks like everyone is okay with if their project specific information that could then make public whether one project is more viable than the other to be made public. Is that the consensus, that they're okay with that?
I mean, we didn't get into level of detail here, but I mean, the idea was just open up all project level results and make it public, right?
Yeah, because the question says all phase 2 study. We have reports. We have the area report,
yep,
which is more common for all projects, and that's already on the MPP. And
correct.
So maybe the question doesn't highlight the risk aspect of this question, which is the customer specific. And so I don't know, maybe that's just my opinion, but I feel like the question doesn't.
Yeah. Are you thinking customer specific information as in legal entity and that type of thing, or study results, technology details? Yeah.
Design, cost allocation, what their expected in-service date is compared to another project. Maybe the line as part of the same location.
Sure.
All of that is, will be positive or negative for someone in terms of commercial viability. And I wasn't sure if that was unexpected on this response, and I just wanted to mention the risk of that question.
Okay. I think it's something we'll just take back and consider. It's not something we're proposing to move forward with at this time. We wanted to get the temperature of folks, and this gives us a good indication, at least of a starting point of that discussion. Yeah, thanks.
This is Bob Emmert with the ISO. I'll just add that within the written comments, those various issues were raised. So there were comments associated with this. So we got some, quite a variety of comments, but that is, of those who opposed, the biggest concern they had was making sure that their project-specific information about their project would not be made public. So, anyway, we have some good feedback on that, on all those issues.
Okay, just a note for folks here in the room with us. There are microphones on the table. I think myself also, we need to just speak a little bit louder for those on WebEx. If we continue to have that issue, I can come around with a handheld microphone also. So just to note that we got some feedback from folks on WebEx to be a little bit louder.
Thanks. Okay, next question is, what ISOQ data already provided by the ISO is most useful to you? looks like most of it is useful. I think we gave everyone the option of checking all the boxes. So these are all the boxes that were checked, including some others. And I see that Susan had a comment on the last slide as well.
Am I unmuted?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Usually, sometimes there's a note and sometimes there isn't. So I apologize for keep asking that question. Anyway, the only one to say is this question was actually really disturbing because we didn't know what you meant here. So even some of the yeses, I think what you probably are, people were possibly assuming that you may not have meant the individual reports. And if you did, that you would at least be redacting the kind of commercially sensitive data that you normally would not release on particular projects. So I think that this is, I would really treat whatever responses you got very carefully, given the lack of explanation of what you were actually asking here.
Yeah, we hear that. We have heard it, and we will continue to hear it. And please, everyone, the stakeholder survey is not the stakeholder process. So we will still go through a draft straw proposal and the entire stakeholder process, and there will be comments. But I do appreciate the disclaimers and you calling our attention to areas where maybe the questioning was unclear, but please don't lose sleep over this survey.
Okay, thank you. We will.
Okay, those are the key questions from the survey. So if you all are ready, we can jump into the intake components that we've been talking about as a result of these last several working group comments. So Bob's going to come up and do that. Thanks.
Also, a side note, just for folks in the room, the tabletop microphones, there is a button. So once it turns green, that should note that your microphone is on and you can speak.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, actually. So again, with this slide, I've only got one slide, a lot of information on it. So I really would like this to be pretty conversational. This is the information is based on the direction we're planning to head with going into the straw proposal. But we have to understand the FERC-NOPR order that came out is definitely going to have some impacts on this. But as Danielle said, we haven't really, we've all started reviewing it, but we haven't had a chance to get together as a team to really understand what direction and strategize how to respond to the order yet. So we're not really ready to discuss that. But having reviewed it, we do know that there are some components of the order that impact some of these items here on this slide. So I just want to make that kind of obvious to everybody that as we go through there, may even bring up some of those points. This particular set of information here is really based off of what our thinking was moving forward in the area of the concept one of the discussion paper that the ISO put out. We also have some additional thoughts on the other concepts that were put out, but this is the area that we think is most viable based on our thinking of how to proceed, as well as what input that we have from stakeholders. As based on all of your comments and your proposals and discussions that we've had within the work group, this seems to be the most likely path that everybody seems to be supporting. So wanted to go through, rather than get into the real details of all this, or where it might head in a specific proposal, especially again in light of FERC-NOPR might be changing things, we want to at least discuss these at a high level. Make sure everybody has an understanding of kind of what our thinking has been on these, as well as give you an opportunity to provide your feedback on what you think of the direction that we're considering. So within the data accessibility area, first of all, since from day one of this process, we were planning on utilizing the amount of capacity that's available within each of the transmission zones. We recognize that we're going to have to make that information, pretty well defined for everybody, so that you can use that information in order to meet what we think is the appropriate way to be heading with this process to steer projects to the places who actually have transmission available, you know, so that we can get projects moving forward as quickly as possible, because we're in the process of building those, either have capacity or in the process of building additional area deliverability network upgrades to make people deliverable rather than have to start from scratch. So we'll be working on developing that. We're still in the process of reviewing it. We've done some pretty in-depth looks at various ways that we could present this information. So we're not ready to actually specifically say, here's the package of information we're planning, but for the most part, it's all public data. Data that's available to you. It's just a matter of us packaging in a format that is more useful to everybody. So we're working on that. Also need to recognize within these zones that we have transmission constraints within particular zones. So not only do you have a zone that's got some issues that make it a zone, but we also can have multiple transmission constraints within the zone, which the result of that is, depending on where you interconnect in that zone, you could have vastly different amounts of deliverable capacity within that zone. So we're thinking we really need to make that information available. So that's part of this overall process. And also, we're looking at providing the amount of transmission plan deliverability that's already been allocated in the zone, along with what's still available. And then finally, we've got the public queue data, where we've been working on expanding the queue data. We've made some pretty significant steps recently. We're still in the process of working to populate all that data fully, but I think we made some pretty good steps in that area. And then we wanted to recognize the heat map concept because that was something that was in the FERC order. So with the FERC order, we're having to take a step back a little bit on this and really decide what is our strategy for moving forward for making information available to customers. So with that, are there any questions? Jenny, see you ready?
Hi, Jenny Mueller, Utility System Efficiencies. I was just going to mention on the data accessibility and zonal information, when you think about what you're going to be supplying, one of the things I think the ISO does really well is let you know where there's existing generators in the queue, what groups, what areas, ADNUs you fall behind. But what information is not available right now is like what, of all of the buses that are available, which ones are behind an ADNU. So as you go through and you consider what data you're going to be supplying, I think it would be great if those lists include not just generators that are existing in the queue and where they're behind which ADNUs, but, of all the buses that are possible and that, developers might be considering, what ADNUs those are behind.
All right, thank you. Make sure you put that in your comments, and I'm sure we'll talk about it at the end of this today, but I believe comments are going to be due on the 7th, so make sure you include that. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the room? Abhishek?
Hey, Bob. So this is obviously good. I was just wondering about the general timeline. So assuming a normal cluster opens up in April, and then the TPD reports come out sometimes in March, April timeframe, if the prior cluster does not get delayed, is there some consideration on how these timelines would be aligned so that they are actually available before a new project decides to go into a cluster?
Yeah, that's something that we recognize as an important aspect of it, is the timing of that. So yeah. So again, we're at the point of this process where the timeline is really fully up in the air. We haven't really honed into a specific proposal yet that would actually take us to the point of being able to develop a schedule around that particular proposal. So, but that issue is definitely something that we understand and need to make sure that the information is given in time for project development to do what it needs to do before we open up a queue cluster or open window. So appreciate that. Lauren, did you have a comment? No. Okay, I thought you raised your hand. Anybody else in the room? How about online?
We do have a few online. I'll start with the one in the chat. This one is from Gary Holdsworth with SDG&E. If the pre-interconnection data is sufficient to allow developers to pre-screen good locations, what's to stop everyone going after the same good locations and you're still in the same mess?
Well, we'll be getting into that shortly in the discussion. Yeah, we're fully aware of that. And, you know, I would fully expect, and, you know, that's what we want, is people to propose their projects in locations where we actually have transmission. So, you know, from the outset of this process, I've been thinking, okay, if we did this, we get 550 projects in those areas where we have transmission. So wouldn't necessarily, we might get somewhat less number of projects, but we still may see a very strong number. So that's why we've, you know, up to this point been considering the various ways to filter down and maybe even continuing to have an auction process to get down to the number of projects we'll study. And I'll talk about that in a moment.
All right, and then we do have 3 other hands on the line. So let's start with Susan Schneider.
Yeah, hi. This is Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. I just want to make sure that you don't lose in here some of the feedback on things like, you know, on the, this is all mainly related to TPD, but also the issues of just basic interconnection. So how many positions are available at the substation? Would you need to have a new switching station? Can you expand the substations? You know, do some substations have better potential than others? So I think, you know, the switching stations are such a huge cost element, for example. And expansion of substations sometimes takes so long that it would be really helpful in this data accessibility before you connect to have that, you know, not only TPD information, but that basic interconnection data as well.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. Yeah, that's something that's definitely been in our thought process.
All right, let's move to Dariush Mahamadi.
Bob, actually, one of my questions was asked by Gary. The other question I have is related to location-constrained resources. From the time that I worked at CAISO, which is more than 15 years ago, CAISO has always been concerned, the state has always been concerned about location-constrained resources. And that has carried over. Now we worry about offshore wind and so on. But there are other location-constrained resources. Wind resources are location-constrained. Geothermal resources are location-constrained. Certain storage resources are location-constrained. While storage could more or less move around where you provide capacity, some solar resources can move around where you say there is capacity. These other resources are not going to be flexible to move around. Even if they're identified in IRP, you have capacity where you have capacity. So in that regard, how do you plan, or are you going to at least account for the fact that there will be resources which are location constrained and cannot follow your location signals, favorable location signals?
Darius, could you repeat that? You kind of faded out right at the end as you were asking that question. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sure, I'm so sorry. So the question I had, how do you intend to account for resources that cannot follow your favorable location signal? These are like wind resources and geothermal resources, certain type of storage resources. How do you intend to account for that? You seem to be gearing this technique for resources that can easily move around, like storage and some solar resources.
Well, again, this is another component that I'm going to talk about towards the end of this slide, so we will address it. However, some of the items you talk about, such as geothermal, are in the portfolio, and transmission is being planned to be able to provide transmission to geothermal and various types of wind resources, offshore wind resources, and those type of things. So some of those are going to be getting a level of transmission additions over time to be able to accommodate those type of resources. Other resources that are just not in the area, if you would hold on, I'll talk about those a bit when we get into kind of the option B process.
Thank you.
All right, and then one more hand up on WebEx. Let's go to Brian Millard. Brian, you're unmuted.
Yeah, this is Ryan Millard from NextEra. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I just had a general question. I apologize, kind of putting you on the spot, but the auction introduced a level of complexity in open questions that I'm struggling to believe the CAISO can resolve on the tight timeline you have without further workshopping. The mechanics of the auction haven't been identified. Neither has the potential increase in speculation that it could introduce, or how an auction could still account for LSE preferred projects if queue positions are exchanged. Is this honestly a proposal you think you can introduce and wrap up by February? Because out of all of these, I feel like the auction seems like a big lift.
Yeah, we understand that, and you're jumping ahead just a bit. That'll be in kind of the third column that we'll be discussing, but yeah, we understand that. And we're not at the point where we have actually proposed an auction yet, but it's something that we are still considering and doing some research on. So, and it would have to fit in the overall package that we develop to be able to make sure that we have time to actually implement that part of a process, if that's the direction we go.
Okay, so the key components that you have listed here are not necessarily components that are going to make it into the straw proposal. They're just components that you've identified and are going to be further refining or filtering. Is that right at a high level?
Yes, and you know, part of the purpose of this discussion today is not to say this is what our proposal is going to be, but this is part of our thinking. As we go through it, I'll be describing some things that we're actually struggling with, you know, within a particular potential process improvement. Some of them are a bit more thorny and have issues that we'd have to deal with. Auction is one of them. So we want to be transparent about that and say, you know, there's something we're thinking about, and we've got some concerns in various areas. You raised some of the concerns around an auction, and we're well aware of those. So, but we want to at least have this transparent discussion now to let people know this is the direction that, at least up until the FERC NOPR came out, the order came out, that we've been thinking about.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate the clarification.
Anybody else online? Okay, I see. Okay.
Sure. Jenny Mueller, Youth Consulting. So I just was trying to organize my thoughts around interconnection facilities, and I don't know if data accessibility is where it belongs, but we heard stakeholders say that we probably, what's leading to some of the impacts in the queue is we shouldn't be using cluster studies for site screenings, and there's sort of a lack of interconnection facility data where you don't really know interconnection facility-wise what you're in for until you get your phase one study. And we saw that sentiment sort of mimicked in the survey results because it said interconnection facilities it ranked pretty high on what developers and others consider when they file an interconnection request. PG&E did offer, it sounds like, a solution to that, which was bringing some of that data to the scoping meeting. And so I was just thinking this data accessibility, I'm not sure if that's where this belongs, but I know Susan also just kind of made this point as well. But interconnection facility information, I think one of the things, if you do make phase two available, that would give people the ability, at least in locations where people filed applications, you could see some information about interconnection facilities. But I did just want to throw some weight behind, PG&E's last, their proposal, in that they offered some of the interconnection facilities data at scoping, and that might help with, impacts. Maybe some decisions could be made, earlier on. So I don't really know where that fits, but
Well, I would say it does fit in this area. That's my perspective, at least. And I would just speak to the PTOs and ask them to consider the question: is that something they feel that on roughly an annual basis they could provide information around open positions and so forth? And as well, go ahead, Jenny.
So just one point on that, and the reason that I did, again, like PG&E's take on it, is that it's hard to say, if they publish a list that said, here's all the open positions, they may get 5 applications at the same POI. So you really don't know until the Q cluster closes what that substation is going to look like, because you'll know the number of positions that are needed and that sort of thing. So I thought through their proposal, I was like, oh man, it'd be great to have a list. But then again, it's like you don't know who else is going to enter the queue and what that's going to look like. So I did like their proposal from that perspective.
That information, in my mind, is very much like the zonal information. Once that information is available, people are going to start to target those areas for their projects. Same thing with open positions. But thinking back about what our proposal is going to be related to how many projects, how much capacity we're going to be studying, hopefully we'll be paring back the number of projects we actually study in a zone that to where we're not going to necessarily just overwhelm every single substation that has open positions. That said, it wouldn't be surprising to me that you've got an area that's got enough capacity that a couple of open positions can handle portions of it, but then you're still going to need another new substation in that area. So we're going to see those kind of things play out, but I don't see that as a reason not to provide that information if it's something that the PTOs feel is doable. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. Stan, I had a question on the fourth column there. Just want to make sure I'm not reading into that too much. The fourth
column?
Yeah, I know.
Can we hold off on, as I move from left to right here, and let's just handle those columns as we get to them?
Okay, sorry for jumping.
I appreciate that. Okay, I think we're ready to go on to the next column, interconnection request requirements. This one is pretty straightforward. We plan to apply these items for cluster 15 and beyond, and our thinking has been around higher entry fees and deposits. Within our process, we've been thinking about not only having a study deposit, but also a fee that's not part of the deposit, so that if projects don't move into the study process, we can just utilize their fee and not have to utilize their study deposit for whatever work we've been doing with their projects at the very initial stages of the interconnection request window in the processing process, as well as stronger eligibility requirements. And also within this, we've had some internal discussions about could we actually develop some proxy costs, ranging from across the ISO to more specifically into the various zones. What is the proxy cost that we think the standard project would actually encounter for costs for a new project in the upcoming cluster? That's something that it's easy for me to say, but the engineers have to really grapple with that. Is that something that they feel that they can come up with some numbers, as well as the PTOs? Cost information that we feel comfortable enough standing behind. I know there's been a lot of different thoughts around this. One of the thoughts I had was if we develop kind of the maximum that we think is the cost, where we kind of take the worst case condition, someone may need a new substation, we may need a new LD&U out of that substation, and then other upgrades associated with that. What's kind of the worst case scenario so that people would see those costs, and then they would actually be required to do some level of posting against those proxy costs to actually get into the process. And then that could also potentially create a cost cap, that if your costs exceed that proxy cost by some percentage, just for example, 25%, that the project, if they got their study results and their costs were more than that, they'd have an opportunity to withdraw and get all their they're posting back. So those are some of the things we've been discussing internally related to really helping to kind of screen projects, both financially and as well as just minimum requirements to get into the queue. Obviously, if you've read the FERC order at all, you will recognize that FERC is addressing those issues as well. So we'll have to, at this point, take a step back, really determine what our strategy is. Do we want to accept in our compliance filing what FERC is suggesting? Do we want to suggest something different from more in line with what we've been thinking internally around that? So at this point, we're in that mode of having to have some discussions and make some plans on what our direction is going to be on that. But that said, I'd like to hear your input on these items.
Hi. Sorry to go back to one column before, the zonal information. Is that something ISO will work with the PTOs to develop those zones? Because one concern is if one zone has been identified as transmission rich and we get a lot of megawatts, a lot of applications, transmission system is networked, and that could now send flow from one zone to another as an exporting region and now cause a new set of upgrades that may not have been identified as part of that recognized zone. Is that something the ISO sees as one of the downsides of not having all zones defined with capacity at the time of application?
No, Jeff, you want to speak to that?
Well, I think Bob touched on that a bit as well, because as we look at the zones, but then you look at the transmission constraints, right? The transmission constraints, there is some that span multiple zones, and that information is available as well. So when you're looking at within that zone, you have to take into consideration the constraints, because also within that zone, there's nested constraints in there that may limit within that zone, but in that constrained area, you can only get X amount. But similarly, there's constraints that span some of those zones that have to be consideration when looking at how much is in a zone as well, or can be.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody online?
Yep, we have a few folks online. So let's first move to Doug Karpa with Peninsula Clean Energy. Doug, Silas, could you unmute Doug?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Yes, Doug Karpa, Peninsula Clean Energy. On the question of cost, I think one concept that I haven't heard really raised or thought about a whole lot is whether there are mechanisms to create greater, like even greater price certainty for developers by having either a full or partial socialization of costs, in the sense of like how would people feel if there were just a flat fee that is equal to the average interconnection cost plus some margin, and that gets paid by everybody. You know upfront what it is, and yes, some projects will come in higher than that, and hey, you got a lucky break. Some will come in lower than that. You're paying a little bit more, but everybody has some level of price certainty coming into it, which could prevent this phenomenon, particularly for smaller projects that we see where the interconnection costs come back and all of a sudden like, wow, that's a big surprise, and the project drops out, right? And that's causes a lot of delay in terms, like from the LSE side, if we are like banking on that project coming to fruition and then all of a sudden it's not there anymore. And I realize there's a lot of different components of that, of like, well, what happens if somebody designs a project that's like poorly designed and that's driving up interconnection costs or something like that, that I think would require extra mechanisms. And it may also be just sort of, maybe that's by zone, or maybe it's within a particular band that you know you're going to pay, and everything above the cost gets socialized. And in part, the reason I say that is just because at the end of the day, all of these costs ends up flowing back to ratepayers anyway. And so in a lot of these cases, we're kind of ending up with financing costs for deposits that are put down and then refunded. And so it's sort of like, I'm not really sure what bang for the buck we're getting out of the current system of having every developer finance the upgrade costs for their own particular projects when it does introduce more uncertainty in a system that's not working well already. So I realize it's a bit of an extra proposal. And I'm really curious to hear what developers think of that. Is this like solving a problem that you don't see as a big issue, or would it actually help you? Because, yeah, anyway, just curious what responses there might be to that sort of concept.
Well, I guess, this is Bob, just what I would propose, if anybody has any initial reactions they'd like to share, go ahead and do so now, but if not, feel free to address that particular, proposal in your comments, if you think it's viable or not.
Okay, let's move to Bridget Sparks with AES Clean Energy. Bridget, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. So again, this is Bridget Sparks with AES Clean Energy. As was sort of evidenced in our proposal, we definitely support the CAISO's move to provide as much pricing transparency as possible. Whether that's through proxy costs, with some sort of cost cap, but the degree to which you can give us more information of costs up front, again, I think the more willing developers would be to invest in earlier stage development activities and could, score higher on whatever criteria we deem important for access to the priority zones. I think also important to not only just cost, but also schedule of potential upgrades would also be kind of important to know what CODs are likely or feasible, which again are important parts of PPA contracts. So just want to encourage the CAISO to lean into figuring out ways to make that work. To Doug's point, devil be in the details, but I definitely think standardization of costs, especially in a market like CAISO, where it's really just us financing the upgrades up front to some degree, could work better than in other markets where, generators are expected to pay more of those but-for costs. And so I think, the discussions around like ways to socialize, ways to provide cost certainty, schedule certainty, I think all of those would be important improvements, and I think could, again, help us provide the CAISO and LSCs more ready projects sooner in the process and not have to wait and be so dependent on the interconnection study process to do that price and schedule discovery. So just wanted to echo support for the CAISO giving more thought to both of those concepts. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, Fernando Cornejo with SCE. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Fernando Cornell with SE. Bob, I just wanted to point out that I think you guys are probably heading in the right path here with respect to the higher fees and deposits, at least as it relates to being in alignment with the FERC order. I'm not sure if the timing is necessarily synced up with what you're thinking here, if that higher deposit fee is at the point when the interconnection request is submitted. But the FERC order or the ruling does indicate that, the FERC is moving towards higher fees, deposit fees for folks to provide to enter into the initial cluster study and cluster restudies, and that deposit fee would be based upon a amount which is reflective of the interconnection customers identified network upgrades. Excuse me. So I just want to point that out, that I think that that's a path that would be in alignment with the FERC order. And maybe a little premature. I think you're going to address it in a subsequent call, so I'll hold off on my second observation until we get there.
All right, thank you.
All right, and then next, Aisha Berry. Go ahead, you're unmuted. Aisha, you're unmuted.
Bob?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, good morning. I think my question is kind of an extension of what Fernando said with regards to the timeline. And I know this is a working document and we will add more details to it. However, on the interconnection request requirement, I was curious around what time will the higher entry fees and deposits would be applicable for cluster 15 projects. Yeah, and my second part question, maybe I can ask after you answer this one.
Okay, well, as far as timing of it, that's really in my mind to be determined. We need to really dive into the FERC order and see what they're proposing and, make a determination if we want to go down that specific path or if we want to suggest something that might be somewhat different. But so at this point, I think FERC is of the mind that providing various deposits along the way, including higher deposits and fees up front, is going to help pare back the number of projects. So I think that's what their thinking is. And so some fees they're thinking about would be upfront fees in order to submit an interconnection request.
So maybe sometime around Q2 or Q3 when you guys are done with cluster 14 phase 2 and then moving to the cluster 15 validation.
Well, how we actually handle it for cluster 15 is yet to be known. FERC talks about a transition process. We don't need to transition from a serial to a cluster study process, but there may be a way that actually we utilize that transition to deal with cluster 15. But, I'm really kind of getting ahead of myself there, so don't want to speculate anything at this point. So, we just have to wait and see what direction we think is the best way to go.
Got it. Now, I have a similar question on data accessibility. I think like when it comes to the increase in deposits, you are right, some people would take back some of the applications, but what will be very useful at that time to make a decision will be this data that will be made accessible. So can we add a timeline to this product as well? And as we work in this whole exercise, we actively get this information together that can be made accessible to the ICs developers sometime next year or well in advance of that decision or submission of deposit. So the cluster 15, so that they can pick which horse they want to put their money on.
Yeah, that was discussed somewhat earlier, and we recognize that if we're going to go through a fairly significant effort to put together information, we need to give the developers time to act on that information. We don't want to spend all that time and then not give developers enough time to review it, to make decisions based on it prior to submitting an interconnection request. So we understand that that's a very important part of the process.
Yeah, and I apologize if I repeated something that was already spoken earlier, but yes, just want to highlight that it will be nice to make sure the timelines of these two are kind of coordinated simultaneously. Like we have that giving developers a little bit time to process, digest the information and make a decision. So have the timeline for data accessibility, like a bit in advance of interconnection request requirement implementation.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Jane, did you have?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I mean, I know it's stated on the slide here this is intended to apply to cluster 15, but just wanted to recognize the fact that the deposits were increased already for cluster 15 entry. As you guys are thinking about how to apply these to those projects that have already queued up and other projects going forward, like what sort of framework or guidelines are you using in that determination, given that there have already been changes that haven't like been fully realized in the process yet?
We really haven't had that discussion internally yet, so, you know, it's something that obviously we need to take into consideration, but I can't really give you a firm answer at this point.
Okay, and I know that you guys are still coming up with your, you know, proposal here, but I was just curious, you know, are you guys leaning towards having like a separate like readiness milestone? That's kind of what you were suggesting earlier, and that's kind of also what's contained in the FERC order. I wasn't sure if that was kind of the basis for that or... Yeah, let me address that when I get into the next column, which is coming right up, I believe, unless we have any other comments online. So let's go ahead and get into that. So looking at is there more? Oh, I'm sorry.
This is Daniel Liddy off of PG&E. I just want to kind of piggyback off of the allowing the developers to have enough time. If you know, if the CAISO and the utilities are going to be providing this big data set, especially for getting down to the substation level, I mean, we're going to need a significant amount of time to even come up with this information, and I'm not sure if that aligns with the next cluster, but cluster 14 is still going to be taking a lot of our time for a good amount of more months. So trying not to delay things, but to provide all this information is going to take a lot of time.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And the process that we've contemplated, and I'll address more of it as we go along, is really significantly different than what we're doing today. And so that's going to open up the door for opportunities, I believe, to do some of the additional add-ins to the process that we aren't doing right now. But then some of those add-ins are pretty time-consuming. So scheduling is going to be a critical component of whether whatever we propose is going to be successful or not. Not only is it got to deal with all the issues within the interconnection process, within the ISO, our process is integrated with the transmission planning process. So not only do we have amount of time, but we also have the timing throughout the year that we have to take into consideration to make sure that these two processes remain integrated the way they need to be to have the information flow back and forth the way they do now, which is really critical. So yeah, schedule is going to be a very important part of this, the whole development and discussion.
I'm just going to suggest one more time, when you're speaking from the tables, please don't do what I just did, and press the green button and speak really close to it. People are still having a hard time hearing.
All right, moving on to the third column, which is selection of option A and option B projects. So just a quick background, difference between option A and option B. Option A are the projects that would be through a selection process, whatever that selection process looks like, would be those projects that would be able to move forward and be studied in the cluster study process. And then option B are those that do not make the cut for whatever reason, and would be an opportunity for projects to still move forward, but under a different scenario than option A projects. So I'll mainly at this point talk about option A. And so our thinking has been really from the onset when we were looking at concept one, was first develop some selection criteria. Selection criteria would have kind of a minimum threshold of items that you would have to meet in order to even be accepted as a viable interconnection request. And then on top of that, what additional components would we put into the criteria that we would use for scoring of projects to be able to further differentiate the projects to determine which projects would move forward. This is a tough area. We have scoring processes right now within the TPD allocation process, and we've thought about adding things, but it's obviously a tariff change to add things, so it's not something we could kind of test out in the BPM process. But so that being said, we're a little bit concerned that using a scoring process is probably not going to get us down to the number of projects that we really want to study. I think it can help us before we move to the next step, whatever that next step is, to be able to take a finer look at the next level of the next step process, looking at projects that are really the most ready. You know, for example, if we run an auction process, without some sort of initial screening process, you could find projects that provide that are winning bids within the auction process, but their projects really are not as ready as other projects might be. So at least from my way of thinking, we need some sort of a screening process initially to make sure that when we go into the next step, we're considering the projects that really, truly are the most ready projects, ready to move forward and come online quickly. So if we go into this process where we get into scoring and develop criteria around that, that's something we're going to really need all of the stakeholders, or at least maybe a subgroup, maybe an ad hoc work group, to sit down and really develop some of the criteria around that. We want to make sure the criteria that we have is really viable, and we don't set bars so high. You know, obviously, as was discussed from the FERC NOPR, they were originally thinking that you have to have a PPA as a readiness criteria to get in, and in California, that just doesn't work. So we don't want to pick items that really are not workable. Same token, we don't want to pick items that everybody can meet so easily that it's really not a viable scoring component because everybody's going to meet it. So there's going to be some work to be done if we go down that road, but we have hopes that it'll take us at least a certain distance down the process of determining which projects are really the most ready, most viable for moving forward. Having said that, I fully anticipate that we would need a second step. And right now, the auction process seems to be the one that is forefront in our minds, as well as some of the stakeholders, at least, as a method to continue to bring down the number of projects that we actually want to study. And again, where we're at with that is, the current thinking is based on the amount of capacity that we have in each zone, and maybe even down to each constraint within each zone, we'll come up with what we think is our best estimate of the amount of capacity available in those areas. We want to study more than that because, for example, if you got, say, you know, a large number of 1,000 megawatts in a particular area, well, if we just study 1,000 megawatts and give them all transmission plan deliverability by default, those projects now have market power in my mind to go out and compete for the power purchase agreements. And so we don't want to give any project market power. We want to make sure there's enough competition coming out of the studies for the load-serving entities to be able to determine which projects they want to procure based on what they put together in their proposals, not based on the fact that they're the only ones available coming out of this cluster study. So we haven't determined what that percentage is. You know, we've been kind of talking about maybe 1.5 to maybe at the top end 2 times the amount. I think 2 times might be a bit much, but we haven't really come to a number yet. But that's what we want to do, to be able to pare down the projects so that in the various areas that we're studying, because they actually have transmission capacity available, that we're providing enough competition within those studies. So that's something that's to be determined, but that's what the auction process would be geared towards, getting the capacity down in those various zones to a level that's relative to the amount of capacity available. The auction process, what that would look like, we've had some internal discussions. We're a long way from actually coming to a point of providing some level of a proposal on that, but we are working through that and thinking about it pretty seriously. And then finally, the last kind of box in this area is projects not studied can be re-entered the queue in a future cluster or go with option B. So based on, excuse me, based on this criteria, maybe you won't score well enough this particular cycle to be included in a cluster study. But the idea is next year you continue to work on developing your projects, and next year you can come back with a higher score and might be one of the higher score projects and would be included. So if you don't make it this year, there's always an opportunity for next year, as well as option B, which I'll get into more later. But so at this point, why don't I open it up for questions? And I see Shane, I think you were the first one in the room.
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. I just want to maybe emphasize the importance of the timing for this. I think we all agree that trying to align the requests with where there's transmission capacity available is beneficial for everyone. However, during the current prolonged study and TPD allocation process, you're not necessarily aware where planned TPD capacity is going to be added because there's projects through the TPP that could come up during the multi-year study cycle process, and then you have multi-year TPD allocation process that follows it. So I mean, just using like today's timeframes as an example and why it's so important to try to reduce those timeframes. If you enter in the queue today, you may be benefiting from a TPP project that's adding deliverability to the system that's not even proposed for 4, 5, 6 years from now. And so how do you guys propose to try to provide this information more upfront so that projects can make more meaningful business plan decisions when trying to position a project in an area that's, we're not necessarily sure there will be planned TPD for?
Well, I guess I won't say specifically how we'll provide it, but I think that's an important piece of information that would be needed. The transmission plan is adding a lot of new transmission projects in the latest plan. And so some of those projects are further out in time. It's going to take time to develop those particular projects. So there needs to be knowledge of when those projects actually are anticipated to come online. So, that's something that Jeff will be working on. What's the best way to determine what the timelines of those various projects are, working with the PTOs and those type of things.
Okay. And just a follow-up question and kind of something on the last one too. I strongly believe that the lack of certainty in the process, especially like in the earlier stages, is leading to more speculative requests. And so the fact that projects don't know exactly where this TPD is going to show up in future planning cycles, they're trying to, predetermine where that may show up and perhaps put projects in ahead of time, because if you're in the right place at the right time, you can take advantage of that. Similarly, this idea of just kind of kicking projects into a future cycle, I think we've already seen some evidence that folks are stacking projects earlier in the queue because they're worried about this delay in not being able to accept requests every single year. And so you've got, during a queue entry cycle, folks that are putting projects in, for years 2, 3, and 4 that there may or may not be a queue window open, as well as stuff that didn't make it in the last cut. And so you have this kind of surge building up over time to when the next opportunity opens. So I think it's important to keep that in mind too, is that if you artificially constrain when you can come in, how much you can come in, that can relate to this buildup that will just kind of perpetuate the problem we're currently trying to deal with.
Well, that's part of our thinking as well. We are thinking about doing things differently. Some of the question is, how long should a project be able to hang out in the queue? And it was interesting. I saw answers anyway from 1 year to 20 years. So there's a lot of diversity in opinions related to that, but I think that's part of whatever we develop as a new process. We're going to have to take that into account to make sure that we don't get projects coming in trying to get positioned in the queue and then sit there. I mean, that's a problem we're experiencing now. It's been a existing problem for some time, but we think this is probably the best opportunity we have to actually make some pretty dramatic changes in order to try to limit how long projects can hang out in the queue if they're not moving forward. So I can't speak more to it than that. We've got a number of different ideas, but and nothing ready to propose at this point in time.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot that can be done in the post-queue management, and looking forward to that conversation with Jason later on today.
Lauren?
Hi, this is Lauren Carr from Cal CCA. I just wanted to express our interest in using LSE interest in projects as a scoring criteria, recognizing that there is uncertainty around like TPD allocations that would need to be taken into account when developing how LSEs would score projects. TPD is one thing that is critical in moving forward with contracting, going to PPAs, that sort of thing. So just wanted to express that interest there. And then the other piece that I wanted to hit on was agreeing with you on the need to study more than just the amount of capacity that's available in order to ensure competition I heard ranges maybe from 1.5 to 2. We were thinking 1.5 might be a little low, and I guess the question is, what amount can be studied that makes the study results still meaningful, and getting up to that level so that there's as much competition as possible while still having meaningful study results.
Yeah, we'll actually be talking about that a bit in the next column about a single phase study process, so duly noted on that. And related to criteria where we might have a scoring criteria where, in the terms I was thinking, a letter of interest from a load serving entity towards a particular project. You know, that's something that I think, well, we'd like to explore. We've had some thoughts and concerns about how to implement that. What would the score be? Should a load serving entity be required to make some level of commitment so they're not, so some load serving entity just doesn't say, oh yeah, this people walked in my door and they made some promises, so we want to do something for their project when, you know, it may not really have gone through a level of scrutiny that we think is appropriate. So with that being said, we'd sure love to hear from load serving entities what everybody's thoughts are around providing some letter of interest, letter of intent, something that would be used within the initial scoring criteria.
Thanks. Yeah, we can provide more thoughts on that in our written comments, I think. But I think there, yeah, could be ways to do it where you're not getting letters of interest on, you know, every project, having some way to limit it without necessarily requiring a level of commitment that's not possible too early in the process before there's more certainty around deliverability and things like that.
Right. Okay. So I understand that this might be a good point for a break. Do we have some phone questions we're going to tackle first? Oh. You want to wait or take a break now? What's everybody's thoughts?
I think stay on option, yeah.
Okay. Let's go with Jane first in the room.
Okay, thank you. This is Jane Lockhart from NCPA. I want to echo some of the comments Lauren just made. We think that, you know, load-serving entities' interests should be taken pretty strongly in the scoring criteria. We would also commit to be on a working group if you guys so decide to create one to deal with the scoring criteria. We have the regulatory obligations that we have to meet, and if we cannot get our projects going forward, we will miss those obligations. And so that creates penalties and problems for all of us. So we want to make sure that that is scored highly. We are willing to do letters of intent, and we're willing to talk to you about something further if we can get some idea on deliverability for RA purposes to determine where we are. So we'll have to work with the development community and you guys determine when that is. But if we can get some level of certainty there, we are happy to give you more of a commitment on our behalf. We also want to make sure that this process does not, and maybe it's in option B, I'm not sure, we want to make sure that this process does not cut out redevelopment on existing sites and load center development. It would not necessarily be in a zone, but nonetheless, it could be a lot less expensive than building a lot of transmission. So we want to make sure that some of those other projects and other locations do have an avenue to get studied and aren't just thrown into a later cluster. We are extremely concerned about the auction adding cost onto ratepayers, because ultimately the ratepayers of California pay for all of those costs, including that auction. And we do not want that to be a market power item or an asset or a property right or anything else that can be bought and sold. And we're just extremely concerned about that. We see that as a huge problem. We understand you want to cut the queue down, and we agree with you. You can't have a queue that's too big you can't analyze. But on the other hand, when you're using an auction process, it's highest bidder. And we're very concerned that all that does is create a cost and a type of right that then someone can sell. And you may end up with more speculation in a situation like that. So we just want to raise those concerns because we're not sure how we fit in this process, but we do need a place. So thank you.
So again, make sure, I'm sure you will, but put those concerns within your comments, and kind of based on what you said about letter of intent and ensuring that projects that you are interested in move forward. A thought that I've had related to that is kind of a two-tiered process for letter of intent. A tier one where load serving entity has definitely already gone far enough down the road where they've selected a project that they want to have move forward. And that might be a tier one project that you put some level of commitment towards that project. And then a tier two project are projects that, okay, I'm interested in on this particular project based on information that's been provided to me, so we want to see, more about this project. We're not committing to it, but it's high on our list that we want to at least see the cost to interconnect. So we're thinking about that from the load serving entity perspective. So let's move to the phone. I think there's no one else in the room.
Okay, so first on the chat, we have Han Wen with Grid Boost. How will this process keep the playing field level so that smaller developers, especially those supporting disadvantaged areas, can still compete in this first ready, first served prioritization principle? Concern this will ultimately translate into developer consolidation with a lot fewer, if any, smaller energy developers.
Well, it's an issue that we've discussed and we're concerned about. I can't say that I've got specific answers to your question of how we're going to specifically deal with that issue, but that is something that as we develop this process, we need to take into account. So if you have specific ideas of how to apply some specific principles to this process, we'd be more than happy to hear them.
All right, let's move to Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, Susan Schneider, Phoenix Consulting. Just a couple of things. This the idea of applying for a future cluster. One of the things that we emphasize in our comments, in our written comments too, is the ability to control the study process. And I know you're looking to pare things down and make them realistic, but that becomes a much more realistic and palatable option if you know that the study process will be sort of a regular, predictable process. So if you know it's going to be 1 year and the cluster's opening next time, you could do that. That's one thing. If you don't know when it's going to come, I think just supporting one of the earlier comments, you're just going to get everybody front-loaded, everything doubled, tripled the size of their projects, and that's why you have what you have. So I think that's very important. Also, I don't know if you're going to address this later, but if you've got this option B thing that's been out there, based on the workshop and discussion, it seems we had proposed, and there's considerable support for fixing option B. And if you don't change the fundamentals of option B and all the disadvantages that are there, it just is not realistic to use today. That's why nobody does it. And that will continue to be the case going forward. And then the third thing that I wanted to say, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted to.
Oh, I was just going to say, the last column is going to be option B, so we'll get into those level discussions when we get there.
Okay, but it sounds like higher non-refundable security options to select option B is not the same as actually fixing option B, so it really will work for anybody who selects it. So if you make it harder to select it, and nobody is even selecting it now, then that's not really going to help the situation. But I will wait to that discussion till we get there. And then the third thing is, I think you answered the earlier question about this, but not quite in the way the question was asked. Developers are trying to figure out, and now that we have, at least next time, we know what the portfolios will look like for the next TPP, because the transmission comes out of the TPP, developers are trying to figure out where the next upgrades might come and what might be there in the future, and to try and put their projects there, even if there's nothing there now. And I think Dariush has mentioned this a couple of times where people put in earlier interconnection requests, there wasn't anything there right now, but then lo and behold, this last time you had a lot of transmission projects approved, and now those projects are in places where they might be able to get a TPD allocation. So I think it's important to when you think about trying to figure out or screen things out based on where there is transmission capacity now, that you also think ahead about where it is likely to come and expand the concept of, this concept one, expand that concept to include areas that may have that capacity in the future. For example, I think that there probably is going to be some more additions approved in the PG&E area, and you've mentioned that in the TPP meetings. So, that people are trying to figure out where that might go and put their projects in a good place rather than having the, being screened out and then have the upgrade approved anyway. And now you could have had a project there, but you don't. So I would think about not only where is it available now, but you've done a lot of good work looking forward to where upgrades might be needed in the future, that you think about those and allow people potentially to come in those areas as well, so that they will be ready when the upgrades are approved to move forward on that basis.
All right, thank you, Susan. And just, I guess I'd like to speak a bit to concern that we might not have a cluster process every year. I think it's, from the ISO perspective, we need to have a cluster process every year. What's happened with cluster 14 and cluster 15 is not what I would consider an acceptable ways of moving forward and getting capacity online. So that is something we think is very important, to get back on track to where we have an open cluster window every year. So that's an important part of this whole process, improvement process.
That would be great, and at least to have it be predictable every year is great. But yeah, that just so we know, we know when it's coming. It's not some nebulous time in the future. That's where you start getting all the panic applications, just in case,
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that a successful proposal if customers can't rely on a predictable timing for new interconnection request windows and so forth.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, Fernando Cornejo with SCE, go ahead.
Hi, Fernando with SCE. I just wanted to comment kind of quickly here on the scoring criteria and in terms of assessing viability. I think the FERC ruling has provided some guardrails there, and it's very explicit in that it does not adopt non-financial commercial readiness criteria or demonstrations, and I think it's going to continue to lean in the spirit of, as has been pointed out during this call here, on increased fees and deposits, because it's going to move towards a commercial demonstration via deposits, not necessarily on anything else that we've talked about here, such as an LSC, letter of intent, or other types of agreements. But just wanted to point that out, that there might be some guardrails in the FERC ruling in terms of commercial viability criteria and the potential exclusion of non-financial commercial readiness topics. And then the second issue, I just wanted to confirm, Bob, and I think you guys have been talking about it, but on the auction, if the auction mechanism is implemented, that would be supplemental to the concept one, right? That's after concept one's been put in place. There's not been a sufficient reduction in the number of remaining developers to be studied, and then you'd move into an auction. Is that correct?
Yeah, it would be considered a second step after initial screening criteria. So, as you stated, I've read at a high level what FERC has in their order related to screening criteria. So, as I go through all this information, I have to kind of raise a big caveat. This is what we were thinking as of Friday, and now with the FERC order out, we're going to have to take a step back and figure out what is the direction we plan on going. And as I said at the beginning, we're not far enough down the road of really analyzing what the FERC order means for us at California ISO and for you all developers and so forth, and to determine what is the best path forward for us to take with it. So we can't really speak to that yet. So we know that some of the things that I'm speaking to now are definitely impacted by what the order says. So that's something that we're going to have to be grappling with. But that said, we had a meeting today. We might as well use the time to discuss what we know now and get your input, because eventually we'll be getting there of determining, how to move forward in some of these areas.
Yeah, it just looks like FERC is pretty clear on not adopting non-financial commercial criteria, so it's limited more to the commercial readiness deposits. But I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Ryan Quadro, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Rayanne Quadro from Gridwell Consulting. I don't want to repeat comments that I've already heard today, except for to express support about auction concerns and the TPD analysis information. My thought on that is maybe rather than looking at the 10-year out study results, a more appropriate window is those 20-year out study results. I want to make sort of a suggestion that that TPD filter also is not a binary filter, meaning that like an interconnection request wouldn't necessarily get rejected for not being in a particular zone, but would be deprioritized in some sort of scoring list. So I hope the CAISO will consider that instead of hard filters. And then on a slightly...
Rand, just to speak to that, I'd love to hear your comments, because we're thinking about, this option B criteria, and we can speak to it more. So if you have some suggestions of alternatives to that, we're open to hear those.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not alternatives to that, but like, just that it doesn't have to be the only A or B item. But the other question that I had was, would the CAISO be willing to rebrand option A and B as it did for the TPD allocation groups, sort of a traditional option and then a self-fund option? I think that that would help the discussions a little bit instead of calling them by arbitrary A and B numbers. I know it seems silly, but I wanted to put that out there for your consideration.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Ryan Tracy with Sonoma Clean Power, go ahead. Silas, could you?
Hi, Bob. This is Ryan Tracy of Sonoma Clean Power. Recognizing that Fernando might be right and our hands might be tied on some of the things that we can implement, but if there are opportunities, or maybe this even bleeds over into the deliverability reforms, I do want to echo support for incorporating LSE interest as soon as possible. As you flag, it's not realistic in California to sign PPAs this early on. So coming up with some kind of mechanism to gauge LSE interest I think is really important. And I think being sophisticated about that and thinking that beyond just an LOI and which LSE might be more vocal or more willing to put in an LOI, thinking about a way to kind of load share or limit how many votes a specific LSE could get, I think is important. We're going to include some more detail on that in our comments. The other thing I wanted to flag is the concern brought up early on about location or constrained resources. We see those as immensely valuable to the grid, and I do see that there's a mechanism for them to be included in the portfolio and for transmission to be planned for them. But once that transmission's in place, there's nothing to prevent other projects that are easier to get commercial ready, like solar and storage, from using up that transmission deliverability. So I do want to kind of keep in mind, if it's a scoring criteria, or thinking about pathways for these resources to be weighted. I think AES, I think in their proposal had like a resource diversity criteria, some mechanism to give those resources a path to deliverability.
All right. Well, thank you for that.
All right, Pamela Quinlan with GQ New Energy Strategies, go ahead.
Participating on behalf of GridStore. I wanted to pick up and respond to just some of the comments that were made a bit earlier. We're also concerned about scoring criteria that would make it difficult to build on existing sites inside load centers. We want to make sure we're not unintentionally making it too difficult to get these projects that are really necessary built inside of load pockets. So I think that's something just to keep in mind, and we'll provide some more comments to that effect on the scoring criteria. I also, when in the discussions about the LSE's interests and some of their challenges, I also want to just raise a concern that to the extent we're thinking about scoring criteria that's looking at LSE offtake agreements, we also want to make sure that we're not blocking out or limiting the role of non-LSE offtake agreements, and that we think those are pretty important components considerations that we want to make sure are not being blocked there simply for the LSE interest. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Dariush Mahamadi with GridBright for Calwea. Go ahead.
Hi, a comment and a suggestion. Bob, you mentioned about how projects that fail to get in a particular round, they can come in the next round and get maybe more ready to come next round. Based on what I'm hearing and the way the market is behaving, I don't think there will be a next round, at least in the area where that project used to be, because all the capacity will be gobbled up by the projects you would allow to come in and have the capacity. So and the second comment that ties to this is the issue of LSE input. I think it's critical. And we have suggested, we put some recommendations in. I don't know if anybody had the chance to look at it. It was geared towards giving LSEs the type of, and asking them to chime in at the beginning where nothing is known about projects is not fair either, because they don't have all necessary information. We put a proposal in where it allows you guys to manage the queue effectively. We have some recommendations in the PowerPoint format. We can put it in Word format as well, where people can come in and LSEs will play a much more important, bigger role in determining projects that would be considered quote unquote viable for studies. At the same time, a lot more projects will be available for them to look at before the viability criteria is applied. So we were going to put that suggestions that we had, suggestions maybe in a written format and send it in for you guys to look at. But Calwea had this suggested approach, which would allow LSCs to have a much bigger say on while having a lot more information in putting the say. And to us, LSC's input is critical to the selection criteria. Thank you.
So Darius, just one thing I'd maybe like to throw out to the group is the thought between, in coming out of the transmission plan, there are going to be some upgrades whose in-service date is a number of years out. And you're concerned with, well, projects will come in and tie up to the deliverability and there's nothing left for the next cluster group. There's kind of a tension there in my mind between allowing projects to seek deliverability even for longer lead time upgrades, but on the other side are the load serving entities actually procuring that far out for in-service dates that far out. So I guess what I kind of ask stakeholders to consider in their comments is, how do you feel about that? Should we open it up to all capacity, even capacity that's planned that may not be online for 10 years? Should projects be able to come into the next window seeking to interconnect in an area that has capacity, some capacity now, but more capacity coming on a long lead time basis? Should projects be able to compete for that now, or should they be required to wait? You know, I understand there's differences between, you got storage projects can come on very quickly, and in other cases you may have an offshore wind project that needs a very long time for development, and that kind of information has to be taken into account. But sure like to hear, not necessarily right now because we're trying to get to a break, but consider that in your comments.
Thank you.
Is there anything else on? Okay, Ishant?
If we have time, I think this is related to something we have been talking about, where it may be a little bit of a digression, but we are still not sure where the tension that you mentioned between projects competing for TPD allocation and upgrades being way out, where would that get addressed? We think in IR intake problem statement, we agree with you where there is a need to look at it as maybe there needs to be a bigger reform where there is an open window where all the projects seek deliverability much later if the upgrades are long duration. But at the same time, it creates a gap in between, right after midterm procurement, where if we are doing that, then something has to change for cluster 14. And I'm not sure where that would get addressed. Both need to be addressed together.
Yeah. Well, if you have some definite thoughts on solutions for that, we'd love to hear them. I think we're done. Oh, I guess I didn't see that.
I'll be quick.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, Igor Grinberg from PG&E. Two comments. One on the LSE interest part. I can understand where CalCCA and some of the other LSEs are coming from. I think there's a struggle with understanding how you can ascertain for sure you're interested in a certain project that early on without understanding the full cost implications, but at the same time realizing that the CPUC procurement orders for their regulated LSEs are moving towards, potentially being either resource specific or operating characteristic specific, and making sure that those resources do get studied, if they are requiring certain resources be procured, I think is important. And then second, on the auction mechanism, I think it is something that, PG&E is interested in CAISO exploring. There, I appreciate concerns from NCPA about cost being passed on to ratepayers. We share those concerns, but I think there are different auction formats and frameworks that could be set up where ratepayers are not burdened with access costs or any costs potentially. So I think, we need to explore that. I think in our comments we said, this might not be enough time to fully explore that, but I think it may be if CAISO has a solution on the table to look at.
Yeah, I think I just need to say as well that we agree that there's a solution to that issue, because we agree also that it wouldn't be acceptable if putting in a component into our process increases cost to ratepayers. So that's definitely a concern. All right. Who's in charge of breaks here?
I can do it. All right, so let's take a 10-ish minute break, come back at 11:15. There's some snacks and fresh coffee there in the back of the room, and so we'll return again at 11:15. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody. I hope you enjoyed your break, got a chance to stretch for a few moments. We'll get right back into it. Before we get started, again, for folks in the room, when you're using the tabletop mics, during the break we tried to adjust them, so if you can get about 6 inches to the microphone when speaking, people on WebEx should be able to hear you a bit better now. And then please also don't forget, for both people on WebEx and here in the room, to please state your name and your affiliation when you're making your comments, just trying to balance that hybrid participation and make sure everybody is being heard. So with that, I'll hand it back to Bob.
Thanks, Caitlin. Okay, let's get back to this. Well, looking at the clock, it's 45 minutes or so till noon. Maybe we can get through these last 3 items in that 45 minutes, but if not, we'll probably delay lunch a little bit and try to get through these, but hopefully we can move more quickly. Option B at the end may take a little more time, but let me just jump back into the next item, which is a single phase study process. And so our thinking here is that our plan is to limit the number of projects that we study in each area, relative to the amount of capacity that is available in each of the zones. And, there's multiple reasons. One is to have a reasonable amount of something we can study, and the upgrades that are developed out of that are really relevant and going to be moving forward. There is a bit of a risk in coming to what is the amount above what's available that we should be studying there, that we may have some additional upgrades that ultimately may not be needed. But I think that's kind of a necessary issue that we're going to have to deal with in order to be able to have enough competition of projects within each area. So another part of that is we want to limit the number of projects to ensure that everybody that is studied for a particular area feels that they have a ability to compete for a power purchase agreement. And the result of that is people won't be withdrawing after the studies, so we don't have to do a phase 2 study because we're going to be limited in the beginning. So what typically we use the phase 1 study results to be information to limit the number of projects that go into phase 2. That's worked well at some times, not so well at other times. So we're actually looking at using something different to pare down the projects at the beginning rather than use the phase 1 study process to pare down the projects. So we're thinking that in this mode, we can actually just have a single phase rather than a 2-phase study process, which is really beneficial for things that we talked about that need time, auction, study report, or information that we need to get to customers that have to be developed, and those type of things. So that's our current thinking right now, is a single study phase, and then part of that as well is increase the financial security posting. Prior to the FERC order, we were thinking about increasing posting requirements from the current 15%, 30%, 100%, maybe increase to 15 and 30%. It'd have to be different timing since we only have a single phase study that we're proposing at this time. And then maybe have a fourth posting between the third or the second posting and the final 100% posting, doing another additional posting. A few years down the road, we haven't figured out exactly what timing would that be, but another way to ensure projects that are lingering in the queue that, hey, if you want to continue to linger in the queue, you've got to pony up an additional posting in order to show that you're really serious. So those are some thoughts we've had around that. But again, you know, the FERC NOPR is going to really impact, likely heavily, how we deal with postings. But with that, any thoughts around the single phase study process and other things related to that? Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. I was just curious, you know, a lot of folks that have implemented like a multi-phase study process have seen significant efficiencies by, you know, essentially building re-studies into the application and analytics process. How do you propose dealing with, you know, the perceived and likely attrition that would still occur and, you know, could arguably be significantly worse under a single phase study process?
We haven't fully come up with what the best way to handle that would be. You know, one option is just doing a study every year to where would there be enough attrition of projects between the last study and the next study to where we need to do something such as our current reassessment process, just to reset what projects and what upgrades are truly needed going into that next cluster study. We haven't really landed on a solution for that or what we think is the best path for that at this point. So that's something still to be determined.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would encourage you to think about that a little bit more deeply. I think that, you know, again, like some of the efforts you guys have made to simplify the first phase in Cluster 14 should be maybe repeated and extended. And, you know, thinking about how to reconfigure the financial deposits around being able to continue the process can certainly, you know, we've seen that be a pretty strong factor in determining or filtering out projects that are truly ready to move forward or not. You know, again, maybe Cluster 14, a slight exception there. But clearly based off the results that you have from the, you know, somewhat informal survey, but survey nonetheless, there are a lot of folks that, you know, I think are also surprised by, you know, how many projects have stayed within Cluster 14. Obviously, you guys are still trying to figure out how to study everything in there in a meaningful way and not have a restudy after the phase 2. And so I'm just trying to think like how we apply this forward in future clusters and just making sure that we're not essentially creating a process that will have these ad hoc restudies and could end up with an even more prolonged process if you don't specifically account and build them into your schedule.
Yeah, I agree. Ad hoc studies, restudies are not beneficial and helpful to the overall process. So we need to make sure that we take that into account and to the appropriate level. Anything else in the room? Anything on the phone?
Igor, did you have a, no? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's see. Nothing on the phone. We did get a comment just before we went for break, just kind of backtracking a little bit, of a chat comment from Han Wen with Grid Boost. Just an idea when deciding TPD allocation, ensure there are opportunities for disadvantaged areas that may incentivize larger energy developers to collaborate with the smaller developers that may have closer relationships within these communities, may still result in consolidation, but if more disadvantaged communities end up benefiting, still a net win for California. That's it for online.
Okay, so.
That was backtrack though.
Yeah, appreciate to hear more about that in your comments, so what you think is a path for that. Okay, let's move on to the next one, which is completion of the PPAs to secure a TPD allocation in each zone. So our thinking here is, again, that we'd be studying some increment above the available capacity to make sure we have enough competition. But with that process in place, then we still would need to have a TPD allocation process. And at this point, we're still believing that the process that we have right now, while having some adjustments to it, is still kind of the starting point for developing what that allocation process would be, such as PPA being the primary component that a project would put into an affidavit that would give them an allocation. Shortlist might still be included, and some other items we'd still want to at least consider, but that's where we're at right now is, you know, based on the projects that are studied for an area, we would then have an allocation process based on when those projects actually start coming into us with a power purchase agreement to secure those, to secure that allocation. Now, there's still a bit of a concern for the load serving entities related to that, in that you may not necessarily know 100% that the project that I choose for my PPA is actually get an allocation, but I think the likelihood is vastly increased from what it was under the current condition that we have right now, where projects coming out of the last phase 2 study process, you know, for example, cluster 14 coming out of the next study process, there's just a lot of projects, a lot of megawatts that are competing for deliverability, competing for PPAs, and there's just no assurance that a load-serving entity has that any project that they might procure actually is going to get an allocation. Again, depending on how many PPAs are offered in that short time frame. But so we're really thinking that if we just pare down the number of projects to where the likelihood is greatly increased, that helps, I think, a pretty significant amount compared to the way the process stands today. So with that, questions or comments? Kishant?
I think this is a mix of competition for PPAs and the single phase study process. I think paring down of projects, I'm wondering how this would play into the CPUC's portfolio inputs, and this may be a question for the PUC as well, where one of the key inputs to portfolio creation or development is commercial interest. And if ISO process is successful in paring down these projects, how would that link work? And is there a risk of a breakdown in a process that triggers transmission build-out that takes into consideration commercial interest, but if that commercial interest is suppressed?
Well, I won't answer the question for Jared, but I know in the last work group meeting you addressed this issue, and I walked away with the understanding that you felt you had enough other means to determine where's the best place to locate projects if the ISO queue is not giving you as robust a signal as it is today.
Yeah, this is Jared Ferguson with the IRP team at the CPUC, and I'll just note that we are expanding sort of the bus bar mapping criteria, but also like if this process were to be developed, we would continue to try to find ways to improve our process to account for that. You know, there's been talk about, you know, engaging informally with developers to seek sort of either publicly or confidentially, like where developers are looking. That is another option we could consider going forward as well, in addition to the criteria that we have. So I don't think that our process is set that we have to have commercial interest from the ISO interconnection queue to proceed, and we're able to accommodate it with our existing additional metrics, and also look at potentially new sources of that input to help in our mapping efforts as well.
All right, thank you for that. Does that answer your question? Okay. Other questions in the room? How about on the phone?
Kathleen Colbert with Vistra, go ahead.
Hi, this is Kathleen Colbert with Vistra. I appreciate all the work that the CAISO staff and you, Bob, have put together to bring this forward to us and kind of give us a chance to put some initial thoughts out and get reactions. So I want to provide a reaction to this, but I would like you to take it in the spirit it's meant to be, which is to provide you the feedback as quickly as possible so that you can kind of take that in and process it. I know that there's a very long record in all of our comments about the fact that using PPAs or shortlisted PPAs to allocate transmission plan deliverability is inappropriate. Not only is it inappropriate, we actually don't even believe that it exists. So the group A is projects with a PPA or on a utility plan. And so the way that I interpret how you actually implement this process is that you're really just giving first preference to a utility build asset as opposed to a non-utility built asset, which is inappropriate and discriminatory. And one of the principles that we said we were going to adopt was a non-discriminatory proposal. So respectfully, allocating based on a PPA criteria, whether it's shortlisted or executed, because it's not actually the criteria is, are you on a utility plan or not? And then you move down to other projects. And that is how we believe it exists. And the reason that we believe that, Bob, is because it would be irresponsible to execute a PPA without an executed interconnection agreement to show that it is a feasible, viable project. That project, if it were to offer into a solicitation without any executed interconnection agreement, let alone a TPD allocation, would be shifting risks onto off-takers in a way that is irresponsible and not in the best interest of our industry, which is why we don't believe anyone does that. And we believe it's just utility assets. And if anyone is doing that, there is a huge risk embedded in our resource development process that this rule is sending a bad signal and incentive to enter into risky contracts, which is a huge issue. So I will continue to believe people aren't doing this, and I will continue to believe that it's just utility assets. This is the most important piece of our existing framework that we need to extract, because it is of such concern that some entity who doesn't fully respect that this risk is inappropriate might actually enter into this kind of risky, inappropriate transaction. So I think that it is critical that you make sure that the way that you are doing it today of using PPAs / utility assets gets extracted from our current process. If it stays, respectfully, it's a non-starter for Vistra for the entire proposal. And I wanted to make sure you were aware of that.
Okay, so we'll be looking forward to seeing that in your comments. I'm sure you are aware, though, that we do have a PPA option for corporate entities to provide a PPA and get an allocation. So it's not all utilities, load-serving entities that are eligible.
And I would say the way that I have explained that is that there is a group for utility plans and end-use customer plans, they get first preference. I was maybe being too granular, I'm sorry. I could refine my comment, but regardless, those are not, those were 1-year PPAs, if I recall correctly, I can't remember, but I would say that it's really important to recognize they're the off-taker. So it's the same thing as a utility preference, is an end-use customer preference, but you have left developers, generation developers, at the very end of the bus in Group D, because it would be inappropriate and irresponsible to offer a project to an off-taker without an executed interconnection agreement showing that you can provide full capacity deliverability status.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Fernando Cornejo, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Fernando Cornell with SC. Just want to remind folks, I think during these stakeholder discussions that one of the principles is that we remain respectful of other parties. And I take offense and don't appreciate comments that are addressed at allegations that are baseless in terms of what utility-owned assets are engaged in terms of PPAs and any type of inference that something is being done in an inappropriate or kind of a behind-the-scenes manner. So just a reminder to please, I mean, I don't personally appreciate the Visper comments that send a strong signal, or at least indication that there's something that's going on inappropriately with utility-owned assets. And so just a reminder to please be respectful in the comments that are made in this public forum. Thank you.
Kathleen, do you still have your hand up? Did you have a second question?
Did you have
Yes, I just want to clarify, because I think it's really important. I heard Fernando, and I want to be clear that I did not infer an inappropriate behavior on the utilities part. The Group A does allow for utility plans. That's not inappropriate. They're rate-based assets. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the inference and implication that the CAISO's rules imply there are generation developers offering in to a utility solicitation representing that a project can provide resource adequacy even before that project has an interconnection agreement, let alone that project has any transmission plan deliverability allocated to it to support a full capacity deliverability status. And I also want to really clarify, what I kept trying to say is I don't believe people are doing that, because that would be inappropriate, and I believe in the best of everyone. So I want to be clear, I'm not trying to make targeted comments. I'm trying to highlight why the actual existing practice is not PPAs. It's utility plans and or end-use customer plans. But it is not using a PPA, because that I don't even believe would pass muster in the utility solicitations, because I do believe the utilities are doing all the right things. So I just wanted to clarify, it is not my intent to imply inappropriate behavior. It is my intent to say, gee, it would be really awful if this rule implied to someone with less sensitivity that they should offer a project into your solicitation and falsely represent that it has the ability to support RA, and or it flat out tells you it doesn't, because it has not completed the interconnection process, so it doesn't have an interconnection agreement. It does not have full capacity deliverability status, and it says to you, I want you to bear the full risk of that, and and I'm not going to allow for any liquidated damages in this contract. Or you have to enter into a negotiation about who bears that risk. If that project does not receive that allocation, does not receive FCDS, and does not execute an interconnection agreement that is eventually approved, that I think increases the risks of a project being terminated that a solicitation had identified and would executed an agreement for, and heaven forbid you file an advice letter and it's approved through that regulatory process. And then another filing would have to be submitted explaining why that advice letter would need to be withdrawn because the project never received full capacity deliverability status and it never executed an interconnection agreement. My intent is to raise that it is in the best interest of our industry and the CAISO to establish rules that do not create incentives for the commercial side of our industry to shift in a way that inappropriately shifts risk from developers onto utilities, because that is what, if you continue to double down on this, you will need to explicitly state, and the CPUC will need to tackle risk, and I believe the CPUC will need to put out a statement that they approve of this as a practice. They do not think it's inappropriate. They encourage developers to offer projects without interconnection agreements into the solicitations and absolve everyone of the concerns with this risk shifting. So I hope that's helpful, Fernando, and I hope that makes you feel more comfortable. I'm really putting forward something for the benefit of everyone.
Kathleen, this is Danielle. I just want to suggest, I really appreciate you flagging this concern, and I would just want to suggest that as you build out your comments, it would be great if you could try to focus on any potential changes to the language or clarifications that we might make to enable the same concept to move forward, but obviously we don't want to encourage and we don't expect to see any misappropriations or misrepresentations during the contracting process either. So if you have any suggested solution or refinement to this proposal that enables kind of all those pieces to flow into each other still, I think that would be very helpful and we'd be curious to see it. Thanks.
Yeah, of course. So I provided a proposal that addresses this issue and I presented it at a prior meeting. I can point out the slides in my written comments, but the proposal was to allow to reframe the groups, where Group A would be subscribing parties, Group B would be non-subscribing parties, and within Group B, you would rank based on a scoring metric, similar to how AES proposed one, maybe leveraging some of the concepts that Gridwell proposed, but it was the idea of creating a scoring metric that would allow for ranking based on the viability criteria, which would not really include this because CPA isn't reasonable, but we did say that we were open to LSC interest being included as a part of that score. And that was the proposal we put forward and we presented at the July, 24th meeting.
Okay, thank you. Shane, you have a question?
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with IPA Power. Just kind of a similar comment, but I guess I look at this in a little bit more simplified way. By requiring the PPAs ahead of knowing what your interconnection results are, you're just kind of shifting the burden, right? Because there's still uncertainty baked into that assumption. A lot of folks are entering into letters of intent or PPAs with a presumption that they'll eventually get a product that they may or not actually be guaranteed until they get an interconnection agreement, and that's actually solidified in, a contract. And so I think this is a tricky thing because we've seen a lot of instances in the past where folks have, essentially entered into watered down in letters of intent or PPAs that capture the essence of what's there, but it doesn't really provide, from my perspective, a strong commercial viability for a project because there's still speculation built in those contracts. And if they don't ultimately end up procuring the service because they picked a poor location and transmission expansion projects weren't ultimately developed in that area, then the PPAs, essentially become worthless, right, if they're not actually able to procure the service that they're seeking. And so it maybe helps them get through the process a little bit easier. It helps move them up in the scoring mechanism, but to me, this doesn't actually form like a good commercial viability criteria.
All right, thank you.
We do have a hand raised online from Jerry Melcher with the Public Advocate's Office. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Bob. Jerry Melcher, Public Advocate Office. I was wondering if you, like when we were reviewing Concept 1, I was wondering if you could kind of maybe elaborate on what's coming out of the TPP as it affects this Concept 1. I'm trying to make sure I understand that, you're going to give us capacity, availability, full capacity delivery service from each zone each year going forward, coming out of the TPP, that we can kind of assume that's going to be there if we bid a project to an LSE in an RFO?
Well, the idea is annually provide information of how much capacity is available at within the various zones across the ISO, so projects can seek to interconnect in the locations where they know capacity is available. So we talked about allowing enough capacity in each of those zones to create some level of competition, but not study so much more than the study results become really non-viable results.
So taking the input from the PUC, the busbar mapping, the projection of requirements coming out of the orders for RA, you have a kind of an idea. We're going to expand the grid capability in these zones in these years, and so a person could have a relative idea that if I put a project there and I go get a PPA, that and somehow I can lock that in, that I'll be able to deliver it when my project comes online.
Yeah, that's. I think you've got it correct in that we're basically increasing the probability, the likelihood of a project that is studied that they can actually get an allocation of transmission plan deliverability, because they're interconnecting in an area that the transmission plan has determined that either we have existing or planned future transmission to go into that zone based on the CPUC's portfolio. So projects have some level of assurance that there is capacity to be had. Now, granted, I have to compete for it. Not every project's going to get it, but the competition is at a level that we think is an appropriate level of competition that does not produce within the study results that really cannot be relied on by either the developer or the load serving entity that might be seeking to procure a particular project.
Okay, so when you say have to compete for it, are you talking about compete for selection in an RFO by an LSE for the lowest qualified cost for that RFO?
Yes, however the RFO is performed, that the RFO that would lead towards a power purchase agreement is the competition that takes place after the study process.
So viability of project, it's really dependent on selection by an LSE and you know, somehow through a two-step process, locking in a letter of intent that resource developer has been selected, and then going and getting an interconnection agreement based on an allocation against a TPD zone. Okay, that's kind of where we're heading. I'll let you guys, we'll work together with LSEs on this. I think this is a very important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's it? Okay. I think that's it for the room. Okay, let's move on to the last item, which is considerations for option B projects. First item is that we did consider the subscriber model for network upgrades, and came to conclusion that it really does not belong within the GIT-app process, that any subscriber model really would be done as part of the transmission planning process. So we're not planning to take up that particular consideration within the IPE process. It may be something that could be brought up in a future transmission planning process, but I don't know of potential date for that, so I can't really speak to that. But at any rate, it's going to be considered out of scope for the IPE process. And then related to the option B, and you know, we did hear Susan's proposal of softening the criteria related to how option B plays out. I think that an option B criteria would be a multi-pronged type process where an increased, well, maybe I shouldn't say increased. Right now, we don't require necessarily someone to make a posting if they choose option B. And we're proposing that in a single phase study process, that projects that would choose option B have to make a financial commitment right off the bat, so that we know that really projects that are truly believing they have a competitive project, even knowing they're going down the option B path, would continue into the study process. Otherwise, we'd be getting a lot of projects choosing option B. So we think that's a important component of that. Related to what we do with option B, do we stick with the criteria as it is now? Related to projects do not get any refunding of the upfront funding they provide for building an ADNU, and today it's even an LDNU. We think there's possibility for some movement within that to soften that somewhat. We haven't come to a conclusion of what that looks like today, but that is something that we are at least considering. We understand no one has chosen an option B project today. I think we had one project actually select option B, but even after having discussions with them, we're convinced they didn't fully understand the process. But so we think there is some room for making adjustments to it, but again, we haven't come to a conclusion of what those look like yet. So, and then the last item here is consideration for long-term interim deliverability. We understand a number of developers are concerned that they might be able to move forward in a particular area based on a long lead time network upgrade that would give them deliverability, but since load serving entities, at least today and for the most part, are not necessarily seeking projects with CODs that are further out. And so those projects can't compete for a COD or can't compete for a PPA, at least today. So if we could find some method to provide interim deliverability for those projects to allow them to come online before those area deliverability network upgrades are completed, you know, that could move some projects along more quickly. It's not an easy process to be able to determine what projects might get interim deliverability, what kind of competitive process you might have around that. You can't just give interim deliverability to everybody that wants it. So it's a bit of a sticky issue, but it's something that we've at least made a commitment to date to take a look at that and see if there's a way that we can accomplish that. So I'll open it up for questions.
There's a few online, so let's start with Brian Korpix with New Leaf Energy.
Going back to the TPD portion of the proposal, you said that CAISO would still have adjustments to the TPD allocation process, and we had proposed that projects in LCAs get an added point bonus. Just wanted to make sure that's still within scope for the IPER.
Yes, we are. Until we actually determine exactly the process that we're going to be utilizing, you know, from start of the process through the end of the process, we can't really get very definitive on what the TPD allocation process looks like. So we really need to lay down what is the initial process that we're using for studying and so forth before we can actually really get to the point where we get into some real strong redefinition of the current allocation process. I think we're going to make some changes to it. And, you know, we've heard comments so far that changes are needed. So changes are on the table. It's just a matter of what that will look like. We haven't determined yet, but we haven't taken anything off the table, such as the one that you recommended.
Okay, great. Thanks, Bob.
Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, anyway, the remarks about option B here seem very troubling, and I'm very worried that this is going to be blown off in a way that has happened before. There are people put in very, very good comments, and I'm not just talking about LSA, but other people as well, about option B, with the idea that if people post security and they drop out, that security go directly to the other option B projects that don't have any cost cap or refundability. The idea that projects, if they're providing benefits to the grid, that they might get some compensation for that. The idea that people could go with option A, and then if they don't get allocation, go to option B, or go to option B. And then if it turns out that other people drop out and it's too expensive, go back to option A. There's just been a lot of discussion, and I think really good and thoughtful input on option B and changing it to make it more viable. And I don't have a lot of confidence listening to what we're talking about today that is still on the table. Can you discuss that for a minute?
Well, we haven't taken anything off the table. So I have to admit, we're not very far down the road of developing what we think the option B process will look like. This whole discussion today is to really just let people know where we're at today at a very high level without getting into the details, because we don't have answers to details. We've heard all the comments. We're going to take all those into consideration. And so the fact that we haven't gone far enough down the road to where I can give you a more definitive proposal around option B doesn't mean that we're going to just blow it off and not give it due consideration. We think it's an important part of the process that needs full consideration. We don't want to necessarily build an option B process that nobody utilizes. So we think there are various scenarios where an option B project is the appropriate way, the appropriate path for a project to go down. So we don't want to just totally close it off. But that being said, we want to make sure it is a process that does really make sure the projects that choose the option B projects or process is the path that is viable for them, and they're not just doing it because they want to study and that's the only way they'll get a study.
Right, and I think that's fair, but what you said was very important, that that is still on the table. And I think if it's a circular process where if you don't make it more attractive, nobody will pick it, and then you can say, well, it's not viable or nobody wants it. Well, nobody does the way it is right now, but it doesn't mean it can't be improved. And if it was improved, perhaps it's not a viable option unless it's actually a viable option. So if it's not made to be a viable option, it won't be a viable option. And that whole, you have this other alternative, if, you don't do whatever the other process is really not going to be true. So, so I guess I just want to really push for you to really seriously consider this and all of the good ideas that people have put on the table about it.
Well, to be honest, Susan, I think that's what we're doing with all of the site process. We're not putting something on the back burner and saying, no, this is something we're not going to fully consider, even though we've got lots of comments. That's what the whole work group process is really about. So we are committed to take a look at option B and come up with a solution that we think is really workable.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear that, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Kathleen Colbert with Vistra, go ahead.
Thanks, Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. I just wanted to kind of parse out, the proposal that Vistra provided was actually pretty complex and multi-layered. So when I see and hear you say subscriber network upgrade concept is not, yes?
It's a little bit hard to hear you. I don't know if you have AirPods in or you're on speakerphone. It's just a little unclear.
Yeah, it's a little bit garbled, so I'm having a hard time understanding everything you're saying.
Sure, let me try this. I just put you on speakerphone. Can you hear me better now?
I think that's a little bit better.
I'll try this. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. The proposal we put forward was pretty complex. There was a piece of it that did have to do with the transmission planning process. That was really getting at an equity, trying to make sure that, we weren't shifting anything inappropriately. But even if you strip that out, it's also had equivalent of reforms to option B. Our proposal has that. I thought it was very similar in nature to the one that Susan presented from LSA. I also think it's very similar in nature to what Rev Renewables provided. And there may have been some others, but those are the ones that really stick out to me. And I agree wholeheartedly with what Susan was saying. A lot of effort went into it to think about how to reform option B. And it's probably a combination of those ideas and then plus the CAISOs, of course. But I think the problem is, how do we move forward, right? We've provided ideas for reforming option B. Ours was to allow for a new decision, in the end-use customer decision
template that would identify a willingness to partially fund. And then when you would receive all those customer decision points, you would look at it and see if there were multiple entities that had identified a willingness to partially fund, and then look to see if there was a way to make, if it might be viable for those upgrades to be self-funded by that group, which is why I think it's consistent with Rev Renewables and consistent with LSAs. I do see a lot of interest in moving that forward. So I appreciate you committing to that, but how do we do that?
And we're not ready to actually commit to how do you do that today.
No.
And-
I mean,
and
how
so-
process-wise, Bob, how process-wise? So we have multiple proposals with option B reforms. Should we have a process step by which you ask us to try to combine? How process-wise do we move forward? As you mentioned, if the working group is meant to facilitate this, what's the next step?
I think from the ISO's perspective, when we get to the level that we really need to develop a final proposal for that, we're going to have to look at all the comments, and there's always the opportunity that if we decide we need more information, we need more working group consideration, we could always develop a what I call an ad hoc work group, a smaller group to try to deal through the issues. We haven't decided that's necessary for anything at this point, but it's an option anyway. So I think we've got a process that we can work through to develop that. You know, you mentioned allowing a process for multiple developers to work together to partner for an existing option B upgrade. That's something that's available today. Now, the ISO doesn't do anything to necessarily facilitate that, and maybe that's what you're looking for.
That's my proposal. That's correct. That is
so,
exactly why I'm suggesting that you include it on the end-use customer option, and then you look to see if there is interest, and then you facilitate that. That will help make it more viable. We're happy to continue walking through this, but I do want to just reemphasize, there was more than one or two proposals with option B reforms. What I hear you saying is that you're not looking for us to come together to try to provide a refined and revised proposal. That is what I thought the working group intent was. I think it will be really important for the CAISO to be clear on if stakeholders should continue to do offline efforts to refine and bring you new proposals or not.
Yeah. To be honest, I'm not sure where all the concern is coming from. Just because we don't have a full-blown proposal today doesn't mean that we're not considering everybody's input.
That's not my question. My question is about the working group process. Maybe it's better suited for someone on the stakeholder affairs team. It's not a content question. It's a process question. You called for proposals. We presented them. There are some with very similar content. I'm trying to understand if the working group should continue working on refining those proposals, and if we are going to bring you a refined proposal for you to continue to consider, or if you feel like you've gotten enough from the working group and you do not want stakeholders to continue working on proposals.
Kathleen, this is Danielle. I'm not with Stakeholder Affairs, but I'll take a stab at your question. I do think we would welcome additional thinking and coordination among stakeholders on these ideas. The idea today, at least for our approach to this meeting, was to try to come to you with at least a framework and some components that we're thinking through, have a discussion about how they may or may not fit together, and then talk through some potential modifications, challenges, et cetera, with those. So in the comment process, over the next week as you develop comments, we encourage you to think about what we've put out today and kind of, focus your comments on ways to make the proposals that you feel have not been reflected in this sufficiently, to find a way to emphasize those in your comments. We do encourage you to, align with other stakeholders in the development of your comments or development of a proposal. I don't know what the next steps of the stakeholder process will be in terms of dates for working groups. The FERC order, as we've mentioned, has created, just a need for us to kind of hit pause just for a couple of days to figure out workload and timing and scope and everything. So we will get back to you with like formal official next steps, but I would say please continue to refine your comments so that they fit with the direction that we're moving in, and continue to flag concerns, continue to create solutions. I hope that helps.
I'll wait to see those next steps. I'll just let you know, there's a lot of time and effort involved in developing proposals and bringing them forward. And so, and then if the expectation is for us to, you know, work together on our side to bring you a compromise, that is a lot of effort and a lot of time. So this is not a little ask, and it's really important for, you know, that we're clear on if that's what's wanted before we expend all of that time, and it takes us away from other work that is potentially more impactful.
I understand that, and we appreciate everything that we've heard from stakeholders. We've tried to reflect that in this framework and these components. I think everything that we heard is somehow reflected in this very high-level graphic. So we hope you recognize that we have taken a lot of the feedback that we've heard from all of you to this point, and hope to continue to refine that moving forward.
I think including some kind of self-funding reform consistent with multiple proposals would be a step in the right direction. I'll also note another thing that was in our proposal, just so you don't get, drop it, is this idea of simplifying the TPD allocation groups. And I know I kind of summarized those earlier. So if the subscription part is not included in scope, then it would be two groups, a group A that is all projects, and a group B that would be projects that have already achieved commercial operations. And the group A of all projects would be ranked based on a score similar to what AES proposed. And just to Brian from New Leaf asked about the local capacity, would include a local capacity viability score as a part of that.
All right, thank you.
All right, I know we're getting close to breaking for lunch, but we do have a couple more hands on WebEx. So let's go to Dariush Mahamadi.
The first question is, in the context of option B, are we talking about the option B that it was sort of mentioned in your proposal, of projects that would be maybe looked at after option A projects have been studied? Or is this option B similar to the current option B, as of course different criteria for going into so-called phase 2 study, so is this option B, after they qualify themselves, would be studied concurrently with option A, or will they be parked, option A project studied first and option B is studied second? What is the idea here we're talking about? At least I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about just the general study process.
Right. So the idea is option B projects would have an opportunity, or projects not selected in the selection criteria of the two-step selection criteria, either projects that weren't selected or projects that we're seeking to interconnect in an area that doesn't have any transmission plan deliverability available, that those two groups would have an opportunity to go down the option B path and be studied with the option A projects in the same study.
Okay. That's that. I'm glad at least that idea is behind us. Okay, that issue is behind, at least as I see it, behind us. So the second quick question I had, you talked about interim deliverability and the fact that there may be some sort of a competition to get interim deliverability. Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah, the issue is, it's likely that you could find more projects seeking interim deliverability than you have available. So how are you going to allocate that interim deliverability? There'd have to be some sort of a process put into place to determine who gets it first and who gets it second. I used the term competition, could use the term selection, but there has to be some process in place to determine who would get that once you determine how much is actually available to be provided.
Just wanted to warn you that projects get into deliverability are operating projects. So they have already proven themselves commercially viable. They're operating now, the year that they are operating. And I don't know how you can basically distinguish between projects except for the Q date maybe. That is the criteria you use today, which is the projects who are queued earlier, and among those who are queued the same queue, you select the process based on the one that provides the most RA capacity. Any other process would be some sort of discrimination based on some other. Well, it seems to me.
So Darius, can I interrupt you for a second?
Sure.
What we're talking about here is we do have the process for projects that are online trying to get interim deliverability until their particular network upgrade is completed. But what we're talking about here is projects that are not online yet, projects that are seeking to interconnect in an area where they can get a transmission plan deliverability allocation, but their allocation is based off of an area deliverability network upgrade that has an in-service date that's, say, maybe 5, 6 years out. So their project becomes somewhat unviable at that point because no one's procuring projects that far out. So if there was a way to allow those projects to get some interim deliverability before the upgrade puts in place, the same way as with operating projects, those projects might become viable and could compete for a power purchase agreement. So we're looking at adding another component to that.
Okay, so you are introducing a new concept and use the word interim deliverability, which is already has an application. No, by the way, I think that's a good idea. That's a great idea. But it just because you use the word interim deliverability, I thought it still would not interfere with what we know as interim deliverability, and operating projects have their own way of selection. You're introducing an interim deliverability, long-term interim deliverability, based in order to make projects viable for the purpose of getting a PPA. All right, thank you.
That's the concept. Can't make any promises that we'll get there, but it's something we're taking a hard look at.
All right, thank you very much.
Shishant, I don't know if you want to make some comment. It looks like you do.
Yeah, Sushant from Clearway. So first of all, great to see the interim deliverability on the list here. The question is there a reason it's only listed under option B projects? Because our initial thought was that it may apply for option A that are waiting for long lead items as well.
We just didn't have a good bucket to put it in, so that's where we placed it.
Thanks.
Anything else on the phone?
Yeah, real quick before we move on, I know Joanne Serena wanted to make a comment about Kathleen's question, maybe from a stakeholder affairs perspective. So, Joanne, go ahead. I think your line's open.
Thanks, Caitlin. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay,
great. Yeah. Kathleen, I just wanted to kind of respond to your question and comment, and I appreciate the comments, regarding sort of what is the process now regarding the working groups. And I certainly acknowledge the fact that it takes a lot of time for stakeholders to put together proposals, and we really appreciate all of the proposals that we've received, for the working groups. As we move forward, I think ideally, as we work through the proposals, the intent is that the working group proposals inform the development of the straw proposal. Certainly not every proposal is going to move forward into the straw proposal as we kind of work through it, but the idea is that all the proposals have been placed on the table, we consider them, and then we determine what is the right path forward in terms of a straw proposal. Now, there is opportunity at any point throughout the stakeholder process for us to re-engage a working group to work through outstanding issues and items. So we could always stand up an additional working group to drill down on a particular topic or contentious area within a proposal. But then, of course, we will go through our standard stakeholder process, right, where straw proposal, we'll take comments, and then we move forward with a draft final, and then a final, and there will be plenty of opportunities there as well to continue to refine and add further comments. So I hope that helps. I think after today, we'll have a little bit more clarity as to whether or not we need to have another working group, especially with the FERC order and sort of what our path is forward. But that, hopefully that does help. And I think Danielle addressed it very well. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Joanne. So we do have one more hand up on WebEx. Susan Schneider, go ahead. Silas, could you unmute Susan's line? Let's see, maybe we'll come back. Hang on. All right, let's try, there we go. Susan, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Anyway, I had the same question as Shishant on the interim deliverability under option B, but also I did want to make it clear after that whole last discussion that that we're fully confident that the CAISO, if you want to do the option B reforms, that you could just go ahead and do them. So I don't really necessarily think that we need a lot more working group work on that. I'm very confident that you guys, have the input you need to do it. So I did want to make it clear that we didn't necessarily, because you didn't have a full-blown proposal here, think that you weren't going to do it. It just sounded like perhaps you weren't going to do it, but it sounds like you are going to do it. And if you're going to, at least consider that, that's really all that we were asking. So we do appreciate it and look forward to hopefully seeing it in the straw proposal.
All right. Is that it for comments? Well, I'll turn it over to you, Caitlin, for lunch instructions.
Alrighty, well, let's break for lunch. We'll come back around 1. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. Question for Bob. Where is the annual reassessment in this process?
To be determined.
Okay.
Alrighty, so for those of you on WebEx, come back at 1. There'll be a slide if you need to text or contact me for any reason during that break. Everybody in the room, in person, if you go back towards the restrooms, there's a nice big staircase that'll take you down to the cafe. You can grab lunch there, and we'll return about 1 p.m. Thank you. Alrighty, well, hopefully everybody had a nice lunch. I know some folks are still making their way back. So I'm going to hand it over to Jason. Before we jump back in, again, if you do want to ask a question or make a comment during today's meeting, you can use the raise hand icon at the bottom right toolbar. You can send your question or comment into the chat and I'll read it aloud. Or if you're on the audio only line, press #2. For both the folks in the room and on WebEx, please remember to state your name and affiliation before making your comment. It just helps with kind of this hybrid format so folks can know who's speaking. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jason and we'll jump into queue management.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you had a nice lunch, full bellies, ready for nap time. I know I am. Anyhow, before we jump into the slide here, I just want to reiterate, right, same thing we said this morning was we're bringing forth our ideas and thoughts on the next steps. It doesn't mean that every detail that we discussed today is going to make it into the straw proposal. We certainly want to hear additional comments and feedback. That's why we're going through these items. The FERC order that just came out, we're still evaluating that, and we still have to take that into consideration and what it means on
managing the queue topics and how and what we can apply here based on the order that came out. So with that in mind, we'll just dive right in here. A number of stakeholders asked for some statistics on various elements of the queue process. I'll just walk through them one by one here. The validation timeline during modification requests, here's 2 sets of data. So we have information from January 2021. The first round of IR validation average was about 22 days. Second and third round was somewhere between 15 and 18 days, again, on average. Was hoping that the 2023 averages would come down a little bit, but as we see, they're pretty consistent in the first and second round with the last 3 years or 2.5 years, I suppose. But it was interesting that the third round in days is coming down to 9 days. So I don't know what that totally indicates here, but maybe there's processes that are improving here and we're starting to see less third round turns and or we're able to turn them around a little bit quicker. So good news, hopefully we can keep that up. Final note I'd make here would be the new inverter-based resource validation tool that we implemented in June. As we see that be implemented into the new modification requests, IR packages, that should reduce the volume of turns that we see in validations, as well as the timelines, right? If we're seeing that tool be utilized properly and accurately, naturally we should see a reduction in both. There was a question on understanding the number of projects that are in or on the ISO queue report. Hang on one second. Number of projects that are on the current ISO queue report that achieved commercial operation and have been brought back to active status because they've added a battery storage. So we did a quick evaluation of this. There's currently 15 projects on the queue report that have achieved commercial operation that have now since come back online, or I shouldn't say come back online, come back to active status in RIMS because they added a battery storage. So we can see that there's just shy of 1,900 megawatts that were complete as part of those 15 projects that have come online, and just shy of 2,200 megawatts of best additions for those 15 projects. We are, just side note here, we are working on a way to distinguish those on the queue report. As many of you know, it takes some RIMS updates, but that can take some time to implement. So we understand the issue, the concern, and the complication, and we're trying to fix it. Some suspension statistics. We admittedly don't have 100% insight to all of the history of suspension requests, but what we could dig up was that we had 2 requests in 2022 and 23. Both are still in active suspension. We had 5 on record that we could find from 2020 and prior. Of those 5, 2 were not approved. And then of the 5, 1 is completed, 2 projects have withdrawn, and 1 project is still active in the queue. And then TPD transfers, I want to make a note here, these are project-to-project transfers. They're not inter-project resource-to-resource transfers, so to clarify the nuance. There was 7 batch MMA transfer requests, and if everybody remembers the batch MMA process, that was where we had the exceedance factors adjust on, I believe, mostly solar projects or intermittent resource projects, and we allowed projects to make some changes to the projects, add battery storage, transfer that deliverability so they could retain that higher value of deliverability. And then there was 2 non-batch MMA deliverability transfers, of which both of those transfers were the same interconnection customer. I want to play out this scenario for you if this makes sense. So one of the scenarios we had of these 2 non-batch projects was 2 of the batch projects, we'll call them projects A and B, transferred to one project C. So they retained a higher level of deliverability through the batch process. They transferred it to this other project, project C, and then later that project C transferred to project D. So there was really 4 transfers in this one project, if you will, right? The current status of all of those projects is project in A and B was a cluster 1 and 2 project, so very early. Those 2 projects are online. Project C has since withdrawn, and project D is currently active in the queue, but has not executed the GIA. So that means that they've done some transfers. Projects have withdrawn. 2 of them came online like they were probably originally going to. They just had the opportunity to get some more deliverability and that customer retain it and try and try and use it later in the process. We have seen here, I think that makes a good, strong point, is it's not being utilized for the transfer, right? If the transfer was supposed to happen and utilize it, we would see those projects coming online. I'm going to pause here and see if there's any questions or comments.
We do have a hand raised online. Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Hi, just a couple of clarifying questions. You talk about the 15 projects in queue that re-entered to add the BESS. 1,890 megawatts are already complete and 2185 are not yet complete, or I'm not trying to understand the verbiage here.
That would be correct, Susan. So the idea is the projects have become active again, and because they're active, they're still showing 2185 megawatts of active battery storage additions. So until those projects achieve those battery storage additions achieve commercial operations, they'll remain as active status in the queue. And once they become commercially operational, oh, go ahead.
There are about 4,000 megawatts added total, and an 1890 is already online, and the rest is still not online yet. Is that what happened? Am I reading this right?
No, let me clarify. Let me say this differently, see if it makes sense. So the 1,890 was those 15 projects original generation source, original generating unit that they brought and achieved commercial operation. So that became a complete project in RIMS. The status in project would be complete in RIMS, as in they came online. Later, they came back and did a post-COD modification to add battery storage, or they did it through the batch MMA process at some point. We then changed the status from complete back to active. So those new active projects represented 2,185 megawatts. Is that clear?
For the incremental.
Did they add 2185 megawatts of BESS? So they added more capacity than they had in the first place? Anyway, it's not a big deal, but I'm just trying to understand what this says.
So that's actually a good point. I didn't put that together. But yes, the answer would be yes to that. I'd have to go back and clarify, and that should not be larger than the original. So I'll have to, clarify
okay,
my
good.
notes.
I just want to make sure we're looking at this right. Okay. And then as far as the suspensions, where you've got 5 on record in 2020 and prior, it's, I'm sorry, you said 2 projects in active status here, but when you read the verbiage, you said 1. Is it 2?
I'm sorry. I was writing something down, Susan. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, yeah, sure. Where it says the 5 on record for suspensions, 2020 and prior, where it says the last part of that second bullet, it says 2 projects in active status. When you read it, you said 1. So I just wanted to make sure it was actually
It's 2. If I said 1, I misspoke.
Okay. And then the last one, I was trying to figure out the batch MMA process. Generally was, first of all, done before you could do project to project. And it was done when people added storage and then transferred deliverability from usually the solar. I guess some wind probably might have done it too, but usually from the solar, so that the battery could have deliverability. And that was they were adding storage to their current project and transferring it. But you've got batch MMA here for inter-project. And I'm trying to understand what that means exactly here.
Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't follow your question, Susan. Deb's going to chime in.
Yeah, Susan,
Okay,
this is
sorry.
Deb Levine. That's okay. So what ended up happening is A and B went through the batch MMA process and we're sitting there. Okay, they've already gone through. They've
I wasn't asking about the second thing with all that other. I'm actually
Hold
familiar
on,
with that
Susan.
particular-
Let me.
Oh,
Hold
okay.
on.
Sorry.
Thank you. So subsequent years later, A and B transfer to C, and then C transfers to D. So in other words, the deliverability that they got as part of the batch MMA was no longer with A and B.
Okay, I was not actually asking about that particular bullet. It was asking about where it says 7 batch MMA transfer request to maintain TPD exceedance factors. The batch, my understanding is the batch MMA process was mostly people who added storage and then to their projects, and then transferred deliverability from their usually solar to the storage. And so but those were within a project. So you had batch MMA projects that were transferring between projects, because the transfer between projects hadn't been approved yet at that point. That's why it's the first bullet there that I was asking about, not that weird, daisy chain thing below it.
Okay, you're correct. The 7 batch MMA transfers were from solar or wind over to the battery that got added. So it's within the same resource.
Okay, because this says project to project, not inter-project, and that's why I'm just confused. That's why I'm asking.
We should take off that bullet. Yes, you're correct.
Okay, and there were only 7 batch. I mean, the whole idea of doing the whole batch MMA process was that you had a lot of requests, and I guess my impression was that you had a lot more of them. Were there only 7 total?
No, there were 85 of them.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm trying to understand again why we're looking at it here. The question really was originally why, given the TPD transfers, the CAISO approved them between projects, and then lately in the paper that we're talking about here, proposed possibly restricting those transfers. So the question was, in terms of statistics, how many people had actually used the project to project transfer, and should you just give that a chance to work, or see how that, were there any problems, or what was the reason for then proposing to not allow that? So the question was what kind of project to project transfers did happen. So I think I'm not sure that the response here just gets added. That's all I was trying to point out.
Yeah, Susan, I think the point we wanted to make here was the 7 that we identified here were subsequent project to project transfers. They were not part of, I don't think that transfer occurred during the batch process, but they have subsequently happened project to project.
Okay, so the batch part is the part that needs to be crossed out here, not the fact that there were 7 batch MMA transfers. There were just 7 in project to project transfers. That's what you're trying to say.
Correct. I think we were just trying to make the point that they resulted from the batch MMA process, right? They retained a higher level of deliverability. Exceedance factors got lowered. They did something with that excess deliverability by which they transferred it later to another project.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the only ones that have been transferred from project to project, again, and forgetting that sort of weird thing at the end there, the only one that's transferred from project to project were people who had earlier done a batch MMA transfer and then transferred it to another project. There weren't any; those were the only ones that have happened project to project so far.
Correct.
Did I get that right? Okay.
That sounds correct.
Thank you so
yeah.
much. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to torture you with that, but I was trying to understand what we were looking at. So
that's okay. It was a good clarification.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Let's keep rolling. Okay. So with those statistics and some of the previous statistics we've discussed, through all of these work groups, I'm just going to walk through where the ISO stands relative to what we would see landing in the straw proposal. We've heard a lot of stakeholder feedback, a lot of the comments, the suggestions, reasoning why we should or shouldn't do something or proceed forward. But with the information that we've seen and the direction that we're trying to go with limiting projects lingering in the queue, reducing the total volume of projects that are in the queue currently to what, for lack of better terms, is most viable and actually moving forward, we're making the following proposals and suggestions for the straw proposal. So we are going to continue to remove the suspension rights in the LGIA. Again, we don't see a lot of projects utilizing this. Projects do have the option to extend their CODs currently through the MMA process, and in either case, projects that suspend or extend their extend their CODs or milestones of the project are responsible for still funding the upgrades that are required for shared network upgrades and such. And so really we're removing an option that's not used frequently and limiting the ability to linger in the queue and shift out time in queue as well. We are consistent, and nothing's changed here, but we are still considering revising Attachment 7 of the SGA to be consistent with Appendix H of the LGIA. Again, this has to do with the inverter requirements and project requirements around inverters when they're updated and changed. And then likely won't make any changes to what we had in the discussion paper around limited operation studies. If I recall right, I think we were proposing that we allow submittals of limited operation studies to be 9 months prior to synchronization date, where currently it's 5, and then some other nuances in there I don't recall specifically. I'm going to get through a slide or two, and then we'll go back to comments. And then in light of everything we just chatted about regarding TPD transfer limitations, and then given the statistic that only one energy-only project has achieved commercial operation as a standalone energy-only project in the past 8 years, we are going to maintain our proposal to limit the transfer, I'm sorry, not limit. So we're going to continue with the proposal to withdraw the project that is transferring deliverability to the other project, and then also continue the proposal where no transfer requests would be allowed for projects that start construction. And then just to clarify the last bullet point here, TPD between resources within the same queue number would not be considered a TPD transfer as we discussed this above, right? You can, within the same queue position, if you're at the process of achieving commercial operation and transferring between resource IDs, whatever the case might be, that will not count as part of this transfer. Okay, so let's pause here. There's a couple items we can chat about.
We do have a comment on WebEx from Aisha Berry. Go ahead.
Aisha, you are not currently connected to audio. You may have to press #2 if you're dialed into our phone line.
Okay, we can come back to her. I think we have a couple questions in the room here.
Hello, Jason. This is Shapin from RWE. I have one question here. So project transfer and TPD will be withdrawn from the queue upon the approval of such transfer request. I would like to clarify. Say if we transfer the deliverability from A to B, does project A get considered as withdrawn or B?
A would be, yeah. So
okay.
If you're, today, if you transferred energy only from one project to another, the first project or the transferring project would be converted to energy only. Given the statistics we've discussed through all of these work groups, would propose that that now energy only project would just be withdrawn from the queue.
Okay.
And the project receiving deliverability theoretically is that viable project that's going to continue forward. That's what we would like to see.
Okay, thank you. One more question for the TPD between resources within the same queue number is not considered as TPD transfer. So does that require a process for us to still apply and make the request? It's just take the review process?
Yeah, so today, unless I'm missing something, today projects are only provided a status, meaning that they receive a status for the project, and that designation to a given resource or resource ID is at the point they achieve commercial operation. So there's really no transfer between resources today. It only happens once the project achieves or starts achieving commercial operation that they would do that transfer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure thing. And we just clarified it here just to make sure that there wasn't any confusion there. Sushant?
Hi, Sushant from Clearway. So withdrawing the project that's transferring TPD, we have seen some situations where off-takers so if there is a complex of projects at the same POI, sometimes off-takers have preference on which queue position they want to contract for energy versus which queue position for RA.
Okay.
In those instances, there may be a requirement where a project transfers its deliverability to another queue number, but that project still wants to be there because it has energy contracted. Are we setting ourselves up where that may not be possible anymore?
Under the strict way we've identified it here, I would say yeah. If you have comments, like throw this in your written comments, that if you have, maybe the consideration here is if you have a PPA for that energy only portion and you can show it as this project, or it's, if you've got shovels in the ground, diggers on the ground, moving dirt, and you're posting stakes in the ground, whatever the case might be.
Yeah, I mean, I see the intent is where that example you pointed out, which should not happen, right? People are just moving the TPD from one project to other and buying more time. But yeah, so we'll send some maybe.
I think we're
what
open to
scenario.
hearing, but I will say, though, that it's going to have to be very strict and prescriptive to say, under this circumstance only, or these circumstances only, would we allow a transfer where that original project would not be withdrawn? We would consider that, but it's going to have to be very prescriptive. Yep. Back online.
Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Hi. I'm wondering, I understand what you're saying here, but you've only recently approved this inter-project, transfer. And the fact that you hadn't had very many, 7 in just a short amount of time is actually a fair amount if it allowed some projects to proceed or be more viable than they were before. If you don't have that many of them, and is there some, I guess I'm wondering why you feel the need to do this.
So in the larger effort of trying to minimize projects lingering in the queue or allowing an opportunity for a project to just simply make the transfer, convert to energy only, and remain in the queue as some are today, we're trying to find those individual items that can restrict that, and this is one of them.
Okay, because there is an awful lot of energy only variable resource in the portfolios, and if it seems more valuable to transfer it somewhere else, but the rest of it that's left may still be viable, and you haven't quite given very much chance for that to work. So we'll put that in the comments, but I think there is some question, given that it's just been a fairly recent change. You've already seen it happen 7 times. Did that work out well? Are the new projects coming online? Is it, are the old projects still developing? I think we'll have some hesitancy about making a decision based on this limited experience, but we'll put that in our comments.
Yeah, Susan, and I'll just expand a bit on what you said. Is there, we're also understanding that there's energy only component in contracts out there, but in talking with some developers and some of the community, we realized that at least through some of the comments we've heard, in mostly verbal, not written, is that those energy-only components can only be financially viable. I'm sorry, let me say it differently. So the projects that have the energy-only component can only be financially viable when there is an RA or deliverability component attached to it. So I'm going to pick on Sushant. Sushant just pointed out a scenario where there is an energy-only component, potentially 2 queue positions, but maybe purchased under one procurement situation, but that energy-only component is only viable and financially viable because there's a deliverability component attached to it. So the statistics that we've seen previously show that energy-only projects, as standalone energy-only projects, are not being developed. So that's where we're trying to limit projects just solely converting to energy-only and sitting in the queue. We have 78 active energy-only projects that claim to be doing something, but they're still here, and numbers only increasing, not decreasing.
Okay. Have you communicated to CPUC that you don't really see standalone energy-only development of variable resources, because the portfolio numbers still seem to have at least have that as a component?
Sure. Yeah. So we can look into it a little more. Do you want to comment to it?
Yeah, I'll just quickly note, this is Jared Ferguson and the IRP team at the CPUC, that so we separate out in our modeling and our mapping solar and storage, whereas like in the queue you see mostly solar co-located or pure hybrid version, and we represent that co-location and sort of that sharing of the deliverability, where we essentially assign the deliverability to the storage at that substation, and then that solar is represented as energy only with only off-peak deliverability. So it's labeled energy only, but it's nearly all of it is co-located with storage amounts, which get full deliverability in our modeling.
Okay, so you don't see much standalone solar as under development in your portfolio development.
That's correct, and in our mapping, most of the standalone solar that we do include is fully deliverable.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, Jared, thank you. That is helpful. Any other questions online?
Yeah, Aisha, I saw your audio got reconnected, so if you can raise your hand on the WebEx platform. There we go. Silas, could you open up her line?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so thank you, Caitlin, for connecting me. Jason, I had a question on slide 23. The removal of suspension rights, I wanted to ask, because the heading says it's item under construction, is there any chance of this item being dropped from the proposal? I know a couple of us did convey our thoughts on this. We were not in support of removal of suspension rights. We mentioned it in our survey and our comments, several comments, but I was curious, what will be the deciding factor to keep or drop this? Will it be the FERC order that came out, majority support, or no comments on this from the stakeholders? I was just curious, what would really drive the decision on this bullet?
Yeah, so I think a couple thoughts here would be, one, the statistics we saw on how people have used suspension in the past and how it's either, I don't know, how successful it's been. So there's a sort of question of what's the benefit of it, what's the value of it, and how successful has it been used in the past. Other thoughts and direction would be PJM just filed with, well, not just, I think a while ago, and they may have already have a ruling on it, which I haven't seen. I think I just saw the submittal from PJM that they actually removed or proposed to remove their suspension rights from their GIA for the same reasons that we're proposing today. More recently, I would say within the last few weeks, Arizona Public Service Company also proposed to put significant restrictions on their suspension rights. They did not propose to remove them, but put some very big policing items, if you will, on what it means to suspend and what must be provided by the customers and the developers in order to request a suspension. So, we're moving down the path of just removing the suspension rights. Projects can still extend their milestones just like they would be required to under suspension. Projects would still need to fund upgrades just like they would need to under suspension. So we don't feel like we're removing a lot of rights from a project, but we're trying to intend and put projects in a position that says if you're moving forward and intending to move forward, then continue moving forward. If you're not moving forward and you're not viable, then let's find a different project to focus on.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. And I'm not very familiar with attachment 7 of SGIA. Could you explain the second bullet and what that means? Is there any specific section, or is it yeah, I was just curious if you know what this meant. If you could share that.
Sure. Actually, I'll discuss Appendix H, which is what we're converting the Attachment 7 to. So Appendix H of the LGIA is the rights, or I guess the obligations and the requirements of a project that has inverters, that are utilizing inverters, so solar, battery, wind, et cetera. And it has to do, there's a list of criteria that projects must comply with when they have inverters utilized in their generating facility. And there's currently a difference between the SGIA and the LGIA, and we're trying to just bring consistency to all inverters on the entire ISO system rather than separating out the requirements between small and large projects.
Okay, got it. Thank you for explaining that. For the third bullet point, so the improvement in the LOS timeline, is this still assuming the 9-month period, or is it considering the 2-year period that Avantas proposed in one of the workshops? And
yeah, it will not.
Other stakeholders, may have asked.
Sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you were done. It will not be the 2 years. It will be, we're going to move forward with the 9 months as of right now. In discussions with the operations engineers and just understanding the system and the value of a limited operation study result, anything beyond that 9-month mark starts to become questionable. And is it still valid, 9 months in advance, right? We can do studies in summer and winter evaluations in those limited operation studies, or We do summer and winter evaluations, and the further we push out, the more studies, the more evaluations we have to do, and, you know, limiting it to 9 months is reasonable for the engineering and provides, you know, still good value in the results.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. That's really helpful. Appreciate you explaining.
All right, let's keep cruising here. And then we want to talk about viability criteria and then time in queue. We heard a number of stakeholders you know, reflect on some tariff and BPM sections. I think we don't have any specific proposals here, but we just want to highlight that we're proposing to provide greater authority and the ability to hold projects accountable based on their time in the queue or their COD milestone extensions. And then limit a project's ability to linger in the queue. Again, this is really the primary problem that we're trying to solve. You know, the intent here, the idea is to force progression to GIA execution, notice to proceed, move to construction, and then ultimately commercial operation. And if you're not going to keep moving and building and developing your project, then we just have to figure out what to do and how to handle that. And then around some viability and ability to proceed in the queue, we want to establish stronger milestones and documentation requirements for meeting construction permitting and other criteria when it comes to MMA requests or commercial viability or time in queue. I'm going to pause here and see if there's any questions. Abhishek?
Abhishek Singh, Rev Renewables. Wanted to follow up on the second bullet here. When you say intent to force progression and then, you know, I guess tracking notice to proceed, it looks like this is only tracking on a project level. Will it also be tracking upgrades that are sometimes, you know, PTO's responsibility? Would there be mechanisms to make sure that those upgrades are also kind of moving along so that both the project and upgrades get built at the same time and ultimately achieve construction and commercial operation that you guys are looking for?
The answer is yes. We would have to be looking at that sort of simultaneously. It wouldn't just be a one-sided approach here. If the PTO is delaying, we have PTO extensions, we would apply to that. The PTO extensions would then redefine a new notice to proceed or start of construction or financing, whatever that is. But we want to, I think the point here is we want to define those points in the GIA and the project development that we can hold you accountable to. And if the PTO is moving and they're moving and you're moving in parallel, then both should be moving in parallel. If one's lagging or the other one's whatever the case might be, you know, our intent here is to hold interconnection customers and developers accountable, but also we have to look at the PTO's development and things as well and balance that with the project as a whole. Does that help?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Online we have Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. Just a clarifying question. There was a change, a tariff change a few years ago. Instead of having the GIA, the draft was due, I think, 30 or 60 days after the phase 2 study. The CAISO made a change, and I think some of the PTOs even opposed it, but made a change where the GIA doesn't need to be executed, or the time the GIA is executed is based on the longest lead time upgrade. And I think the concern at that time was that projects that had a lot of have CODs far in the future and long lead time upgrades, that they were delaying or, you know, lollygagging around and not signing their GIAs because, you know, they had to make these commitments so far in advance. And so this would basically make, you know, set the time when it needed to be done based on the upgrade duration. And this actually seems to kind of be going in the other direction, saying, well, you need to, you know, commit earlier and sign your GIA X number of times. I think one of the utilities had a proposal, you know, X amount of time after the phase 2 study. So I guess I'm wondering, what are your thoughts about the reason the change was made the last time, and if whatever that situation is that not as much of a concern, or what are you thinking about that?
Yeah, so Susan, this is Deb again. What we were trying to incorporate into this bullet was not the changing the calculation as to when the GIA should be executed, but incorporating into the agreement, you need to have your notice to proceed within X days, and you need to do your third posting within, by January 1st. It's those types of things. What ends up happening is in the GIAs today, there's no specific dates in most of the GIAs that require the interconnection customer to make a forward decision and actually start moving. It's just whenever a notice to proceed is received by the PTO, then they'll start working on the project. And that's what we're trying to get rid of. But having said that, and also glanced through the FERC order, all of this has to be reevaluated based on the FERC order.
Okay, because it seems like a lot of the GIAs do have, for example, the SCE ones usually do have a third posting date, and they do have a, X months before the COD that's, or in sync date for the NTP. And, so is this to make it just a little more uniform and really enforce those? Is that what the proposal really is? And, okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure.
And Susan, just to even elaborate on what Deb was just saying, I think the reason, I think it was 2018 where before 2018, the GIA must have been executed by 1 year after the phase 2 study results were published. Deb, correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think that was the requirement. And so that was removed because of something that Bob and I were changing at the time for TPD allocations. Forgive me, I don't know the exact reason, but there was one thing where we couldn't have both, and so we removed the GIA execution requirement. And part of this evaluation is going to be how do we build a little bit of that back into it. Okay, Deb might correct me here.
The reason for the change originally was because there are projects whose CODs got pushed so far out. Why would they want to execute a GIA yet? Because their transmission wasn't going to be available for 6 or 7 years. And it only took them 2 years to build their project. So that's why we did the whole calculation backwards from the longest lead time so that we could make sure that the transmission was actually going to get started on time to allow the project to come in on time.
So are you not concerned about that anymore?
No, I'm still concerned about that, but FERC has a different idea. I just read that part over lunch.
Okay.
Okay. So, I'll leave it at that.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing about that, but thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Anybody else? That's all we had online. Anybody else? Yeah, I think.
Just one more comment for the viability criteria. Is ISO still considering one limit, like currently 7-year rule, to apply applicable to all technology projects? I just want to bring up these comments again as we put in the comment survey. Is that because different technology really requires different development timeline, like the offshore project will require minimum like 10 years. So we would encourage CAISO to take this technology factor into consideration when you set up the limit for commercial viability criteria. That's our feedback.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you for the feedback. We have taken that into consideration, understanding offshore wind is certainly going to be a much longer process to permit and develop than a solar project or battery project. We're trying to figure out what that looks like. Part of the consideration here too is we currently have the 7-year in queue and the 1-year extension. We're considering either leaving that or shifting to a number of years past the phase 2 study, taking into consideration TPD allocation process and some of the track 1 items or discussion 1 items as well. So we'll have to sort of balance what result we see out of that and how we manage that also in parallel going forward. All right.
Okay, we did have a hand raised.
Okay,
Aisha Berry, go ahead.
Yes, hi.
Hey, Jason, on this, I wanted to also extend and maybe reiterate the question. Will the survey responses have some weightage on figuring out the timeline for bullet 1 and 2? Because asked, and we were curious because we also proposed 10 years timeline. So I was curious, like, for the second bullet, actually, how long the projects would be allowed to linger. Will the survey hold the weightage, or again, will it be like verified from your end based on the past project, performance, that whether we should pick some other timeline other than 10 years?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on the time in queue or what's being considered. I think my answer would be we're taking into consideration all of the feedback, but also trying to consider all of the variables that fall into play and what it means for deliverability, what it means for procurement, what it means for viability, and at what point is enough to stay in the queue and continue. What is the point at which too much is too long? Too long is too long, and it's time to get out, right? To create that room for those projects that are moving forward, or the projects that are in the later cluster that might also be viable. So we're considering all things at this point. I don't want to put a finger on one specific answer here.
Okay. On that intent to force progression to GIA execution, and in the spirit of efficiency, we've experienced that sometimes issuance of the IA draft takes a bit longer because of the lack of resources on the PTO's end, or them juggling with several projects. And then that affects the COD. It's a ripple effect. Basically, your draft takes time, the negotiation takes time, then the execution takes time, then procurement orders take time. Suddenly you figure out that procurements have gone up from 36 to 100 weeks, something like that. And it kind of tends to really have a big impact on the project CODs. So is ISO considering putting any time limitations on the execute or issuance of draft, negotiation, trying to have more control on the timeline so that the project ISD COD dates don't get pushed too far out, because it is a ripple effect. Just the draft issuance can, impact all the other processes following it.
Yeah, we've certainly taken into consideration the resource constraint, people resource constraint here on both of the PTO and the ISO as well, on how quickly we can turn the first draft of the IA as well as the subsequent drafts during the negotiation. And it's something that, we have to consider as part of this process. And, if maybe part of the process is if the PTO or ISO delays and it's, common and known, then we provide a day-for-day extension if that ends up being the case, right? On the flip side of that, though, I think it's important, though, that, projects give a little poke and push to the PTOs and the ISO to say, look, I'm ready to be drafted and tendered an IA. Please draft and tender it to me. Make that known. Document that you've been asking for it, right? If you're not doing anything to move forward with your project and we can't document it, who's to say who's responsible, right?
Yeah, no. We poke a lot, don't worry. We do the poking, as you can see, but a lot of pokers on the group. But sometimes you can't help it, things, all the PTOs are very, they're pretty loaded, and it's a kind of like, it's from our side, it's like, man, we're asking, do we need to get a third party involved to make them work faster, something like that. I feel like having some sort of rules in the tariff, or just, that everybody respects, maybe in the proposal, would help with this particular point of intent to force progression on GIA execution.
Okay. Put that in your writing, or in your written comments, and we'll certainly take that into consideration. Don't want to make any promises here, but certainly something for us and everybody to think about.
Thank you. I do appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Aisha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, let's keep rolling. Okay, here's a couple other items. Actually, Bob alluded to this a bit earlier. What we all are sort of discussing and trying to figure out if and how we can introduce a new fourth IFS or interconnection financial security posting. It would be a new third posting technically, where the new fourth posting would be the same as the current third posting. Gosh, I hope that made sense. I threw 75% on here. Bob, I don't think you mentioned what we were considering increasing the financial security postings to or what, but half of this, most of this is going to be based on what the FERC order comes out with, if we even have this capability or to consider that type of thing. So it's on the table. We're discussing it. More to come, more to be discussed. For shared upgrades, all projects that are sharing that upgrade must post financial security based on the earliest date of that one first project. So we're trying to say, look, if you have an upgrade assigned and it's shared between multiple parties, we're going to potentially force projects to post for that upgrade so that it can continue forward rather than waiting for projects to post and figure out who pays for it. It's just funded right up front. It's moving forward and progressing. If it's not an upgrade you want to build, then you have to make that option of post or withdraw. Want to highlight here, so we heard stakeholder comments on the MMA and limited operations study interaction and kind of just one before the other and that correlation. I don't think, well, we're certainly not proposing strict tariff language here around this concept. The idea was just to highlight that we need to bring attention to MMAs and LOSs being submitted simultaneously or near at the same time. I think we can, we could create some BPM language that more or less simply says that the MMAs must be valid prior to a limited operation study start, and that MMAs that impact that limited operation study that are submitted after the study results might impact that LOS, and it might force a reevaluation of that LOS. I don't think there's any other way to say that just allows us to document it. It gives the ISO something to point to that says, hey, look, we did this LOS, you submitted an MMA that could potentially impact that LOS, and we just have to reevaluate it. Does it require a full LOS submittal? Maybe not. Maybe we can just do back of the napkin envelope, look at it and say, yeah, no impact to LOS. TBD, I think that's a case-by-case situation. If it's a change that has and forces a LOS restudy, then maybe we require a LOS submittal with a new deposit and we have to restudy it, case-by-case basis. But all we're looking for here is just some BPM type language that says, hey, be aware of this, be cautious. It gives the ISO something to turn to if and when we need to, which we just don't have today. And we're starting to see a lot more limited operation studies given upgrades and RASs and CRASs being put in place. It's just something we haven't contended with in the past, and we're just trying to head it off in the future. Nothing online? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. First, thank you very much for dealing with the LOS and the MMA situation in that way. This is a good, it seems like you really listened to the input, and it seems like you landed in a very reasonable place. I did have just a caution on the new third posting, that to maintain and to maybe extend what is now the flexibility on the third posting to phase it, and maybe extend that to the new third posting as well. Only because it is that flexibility for the current flexibility for the phase third posting is not used that much, but it is sometimes used, and where it is used, it seems to make sense, and it's only happens when the parties all agree. So maybe consider thinking about that for that new third posting as well.
So Susan, I just want to make sure I understood what you said. So for this new posting, let's call it 2 years from the point at which the project receives its study results, just by way of example here. So at the 2-year mark, are you suggesting maybe bringing it up to a certain percentage and then delaying it longer for an additional percentage? So there would be.
No, I mean, I think what happens now with the third posting right now can be done in increments. Based on the
GIA.
Yeah, based on the GIA, and all the parties agree, and that again, it doesn't happen that often, but sometimes it does, and it is really helpful when the parties can work that out.
Sure.
So maybe consider whether that might also be possible for the new third posting. For example, if you've got a lot of upgrades that maybe don't have a lot of duration, long duration, it might not make sense to have to do it right early like this. So anyway, just a thought like that.
Okay, we'll certainly take that back. Just to reiterate, I think the point of creating this new third posting is to say, for projects to get through the study process, for projects to get through the TPD allocation process and sort of establish themselves as ready or not. And if you're ready and you think you're going to continue with the project, post up more money, put more skin in the game. If you're really continuing forward, show us. Show us that you're financially moving forward, post that new third posting, and then continue on with your process, right? The question is, what time in the queue, what's the right time, during project development to require that new third posting? But we'll certainly consider the phasing aspect of it and what that might look like.
Yeah, I mean, some projects have CODs really far in the future at this point, and so I think that should maybe be a consideration. So I appreciate your thinking about it.
Yeah, sure thing. Thanks, Susan. Anything else? That was all on mine? Okay. Give me 1 sec. Let me finish my note here. All right, cool. Oh, one other question. Go ahead, Ashwini.
So for the second bullet item, this is Ashwini with PG&E, shared upgrade, all projects must post financial security. Is that a percentage of their cost share of that shared upgrade or the project's financial post?
It would be their share. I think the intent of it was their share. So if there was 5 projects, they all had 20%, each project would be required to post that 20% so that earlier project could continue forward. And then as the other projects come online or continue development, that upgrade would already be in development and moving forward, right? Today, I think what we see is the first project posts their portion of it, and then the question is who's funding the rest of it. The PTOs always question, are we funding the other half of this or 70, 80% of it until the other projects post? And there's I think, confusion is probably not the right word, but misalignment on who posts when, and the idea was just everybody posts at the same time. PTOs start construction of that upgrade, and if the later projects want to build, they will, and if they don't, then we have to figure out what to do with the posted money if they've already posted, if it's refundable or not. Maybe it's part of non-refundable funds. I don't know. We'll get there. Did that help?
Yeah, I think definitely there's lots more to go from here to implementing, but
sure. Do you have other thoughts? What are you thinking?
I like it. I like it, but my question is then it kind of gets confusing with what if it's a CAN-U or PNU type of upgrade, right? But they all need it, and
sure.
Then,
so later cluster. Later cluster.
If the cost share is not at the same cluster, and the designation of the upgrade is different for downstream projects, then how does that play out? But the overall concept, I like it, Jason. But that's more, solutioning.
Understand, yeah, but you raise a good point on CAN-Us for later cluster projects that upgrade could fall to them or whatever the case might be. So
CAN-U, PNU.
We'll certainly have to take that, yeah. Yep, okay.
Ashwini, this is Deb. The other thing we were thinking on this is that one of the challenges we think we have at the moment is that the project will go ahead, one project out of the 5 will say, I'm ready to go, and it posts, but the other 4 don't. And in a lot of the agreements, there's no requirement for the other 4 to post. And so the project who wants to move forward then starts getting upset because the PTO hasn't started the process of planning, designing, and building the upgrade that they've posted for because it only has 20% of the money it needs to fund that upgrade. So if we can go ahead and align, if one project is ready to go, all the rest of them have to be ready to go, then we won't have as much problems, hopefully, with delays in planning of the network upgrades. That was the other thought.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Thank you for proposing it.
Okay, good, thanks. Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel from PG&E. Would this also apply to projects who don't have IAs yet? And even if they're part of the cost share?
I think that's what Deb was alluding to is, yeah, we would want to figure out how to make this tariff language applicable to projects that don't have IAs so that we can force them to post. And if you're not going to sign your GIA and move forward and you don't want to fund the money, maybe you don't have an option to stay in the queue. Yeah. Certainly something we'll have to consider through it, though. Yep.
Hi, Darren Youngsteimer, PG&E. So this concept that you're talking about where the first one signs Deb and then move it forward, I mean, that's how we act, right? So that's how PG&E stance is. The first one assigned triggers the interconnection upgrade. It's particularly challenging when the dependencies span multiple clusters and you have one cluster drop out after drop out after drop out. You got one remaining. You got a $100 million project here and they only have $10 million of the cost. Now the PTO has to plan years on years of investment plan for a small project. And then no follow-on clusters have any cost responsibility to that. That's a hit below the gut, right? And so I agree with you. We should trigger it. It should be the first one who signs needs it. We have to plan the investment. We're willing to do that. But we need options. We need better options on how to get those subsequent clusters to help contribute to the allocation. Thank you.
Yeah, good input there, and thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Yeah.
I think we were talking about a third security posting. I would propose that you decouple the procurement of materials from the third security posting. It's not working in post-COVID era anymore, and we're seeing 200-week lead times on 500 kV breakers. That's 4 years. If you're not releasing a third security posting at the time you sign your contract, your date's already non-executable.
All right, thanks, Darren. Good, cool, keep rolling. All right, more items that we're considering is requiring negotiation, a GIA negotiation specifically consistent with existing timelines. I think we alluded to this a bit earlier where, we want to do that back calculation from the longest lead item, when do projects need to sign a GIA based on that longest lead item, and just kind of push everybody to move towards those timelines and maintain them. I don't know that we do a good job today, and I think we could improve that process. So I don't know if that requires tariff language, BPM language, but Ayesha, I think you even pointed that out earlier too, is how can we create more emphasis on moving forward when we're supposed to be moving forward based on the upgrade in the project development timelines. Here's where we took stakeholder input. I don't know that it landed exactly like the proposal, but one of the ideas we had was if an MMA was required to modify or extend its milestones and it received notification from the ISO, and that interconnection customer would have 10 business days to submit that MMA request and deposit. And if it didn't within that 10 business days, there would be a $1,500 per day penalty until the ISO received that request and deposit. Here's just a way to, certainly the ISO would have to be on top of, and PTOs would have to be on top of project milestones and ensuring that projects are maintaining those milestones and submitting modifications, providing those notifications to the customers. But if the customers are not acting, there's now a penalty to be put in place. And then lastly, GIA and future modification results would identify a specific date for notice to proceed, and potentially other milestones as well, right? Not just notice to proceed, but start of construction possibly. And, I'll kind of sidebar in the middle of this comment is, today, I think we see a lot of, milestones based on other milestones. And, I think I joked earlier where you'd have to have a whole bubble chart to say, do this and do that. And then, oh, that means this actually. But nobody's doing that today in project management and GIA processes. So the idea here is if you're not meeting your milestones, specifically we pointed out notice to proceed, but if you're not meeting your milestones, we're going to consider placing you in breach or withdrawing you from the queue if you haven't executed your GIA. So if you're lingering, if you're not moving forward, if you're not taking the actions you need to, we just want to have a little bit more authority to be able to throw down Thor's hammer, if you will, right? Ashwini?
Okay. Just a thought here. Is the ISO thinking of currently to update the executed LGI needs an amendment, right, because of a COD extension or Gentile route change or anything that's more more important to document, and I'm not thinking inverters here. Right now, we try to do an amendment to the report to document that, and that comes in through an MMA, and then that gets documented in a report, and then that gets included into the LGIA.
Correct.
And that sometimes takes a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Is the ISO thinking of some proposal where we want to document the change in the LGIA, but not necessarily needs to go through an MMA type of an update? Maybe it's a COD changes that's coming through the TDF. Does it have to go through a report? It cannot be documented directly into the LGIA through some vetting, of course, but not through a report.
Sure, yeah. I think I see where you're going here is, if there's changes that occur in the system, can it be updated in the GIA or worked its way into the GIA without requiring a modification request or some other study and report to only formalize the process to get to the same result? I think the answer would be yes. Today we have some flexibility for GIAs that are negotiating and executing the first version of it, where if you're within 6 months of your COD, or if there's a change in COD that's within 6 months of what's currently approved or provided, that can just be adjusted and implemented in the GIA. We update RIMS, it becomes part of our new system, data, if you will. Maybe there's something else that changes we could consider here where we don't require an MMA, but it just gets worked into the first draft of the GIA.
Yeah,
Is that what you were working towards?
Yeah, something,
Okay.
and I think another one is, there are projects in the queue from earlier clusters that were based on a per unit cost from that year, right? And there's been, inflation or other, just the projects the cost has significantly changed from when they were studied maybe in a cluster in 2017 to now. And those changes, they're really true up of cost. It's not really change in scope or upgrades, it's just a true up of cost.
Sure.
Is that kind of change something that can be, can be an update directly into the LGIA instead of a report? Or I see the value in both, but I'm trying to see what can we do to expedite documenting those changes so the projects can not miss their execution milestones, if that's what we're trying to set up, right? Those negotiation milestones.
Sure.
Is it something kind
of? I think it's certainly something we should consider. Provide that in your written comments. I'll just throw that in there right now, because I want to be able to read and kind of see what you're exactly thinking of as far as steps in the process go. But would the results of any true-ups, if you will, occur through the reassessment process and be documented in the study results, which would then land in the GIA? Either
that is the process today, and then it's at least I'm going to speak for PG&E right here, that the reassessment was written to address removal of upgrades or addition of upgrades, not really true up of IRNUs, IF facilities, and there is no process today to true up that within the reassessment, at least the way I see it.
Sure.
So, but these are the changes that could happen because of projects that were studied years ago, pre-inflation, pre-COVID, cost up, true up. So there should be a way to capture that in the LGI because those projects are now nearer to coming online. But is the reassessment that process? And
Jeff, I want to point to Jeff. How about if I real quick? Jeff, real quick, can we point to you? I don't know if you heard Ashwini's question, but the question was, can we build in? That's what you were trying to talk. Okay, so the question is, can we build in, cost true-ups or additional items to fall into the reassessment?
Yeah, so that's what Jeff and I were just talking about. We already do that as part of the reassessment to the extent that there are any changes that are made to the projects. His team gives it to my contract negotiation team, and we update the GIAs based on the reassessment report.
I think that is mostly for network upgrades, right? Like RNUs, NPNUs.
That's correct.
But sometimes the cost could also change on the interconnection facilities and the IRNUs, the interconnection network updates, which are not really getting reassessed because that scope is not part of the reassessment to see, you know, you needed that switching station, you don't need it today. Those are all already built into the project scope.
Yep.
But, and I don't think reassessment addresses that part, and those are the costs that may need to get trued up because of the project being, you know, from when it was studied to when it's going online.
Right.
It's significant, right? So should those be part of the reassessment? Because this could, let's say if nothing changed for RNUs and LDNUs, then now you are increasing the scope of reassessments, which still have the same timeline, and the queues are getting bigger. It just gets, it feels like if there was a faster way to address this separate from the reassessment, that may help projects ready to execute IAs and move on with their project. So just a thought.
Yeah. Yeah. If you could include that, now I get where you're going. I would also say that to the extent that the GIA is already executed, all the costs are estimated cost anyways. So you don't need to true it up type thing. I'd let the customer know that their, you know, cost is now Y instead of X. And if they haven't executed the GIA, then you can include the new numbers in the GIA once it gets executed.
Okay, I will put this in comments and follow up.
Yeah, we'll certainly, I think we understand where you're at here.
Yeah.
We'll consider what we can adjust in the reassessment process. And we have one, is there anybody else in the room? Yeah, Darren, go ahead.
Yeah, while we're on that topic, we're talking about signing an IA and how the costs may have changed because it was pre-COVID, pre-inflationary changes, and so now we're in a new world. So you have the costs that have gone up, but you also have the durations that have gone up, and that stuff's changing all of the time. So I think in our company's culture, we tend to sign agreements based upon the longest duration of the studied values. And a recent sort of awakening is that, you know, we have these supply chain issues on projects and non-starters, if you will, to sign an agreement, so that we're looking at these things going, well, if we start that work in next year, will you accept this in-service date? Or if the lead time is this much longer and it pushes the in-service date out, will you sign the agreement like for that date instead of the longest duration? And so that's a departure from the longest duration concept in the study.
Yeah.
And I'm just, is that what everybody else is doing already and maybe we just weren't? Or is it something we should consider for a change?
Okay. I don't know that I have an answer for you, but certainly something to think about.
Okay, we'll put that in our extended comments on the same.
That'd be perfect. Yeah, thank you. All right, going online.
All right, we did have a comment come in from Aisha just supporting Darren's previous comment, saying that we should seriously consider some solution to avoid project delays because of such long procurement lead times. So that was Aisha Berry with Recurrent Energy. And then I'll move to Susan Schneider on the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wasn't sure I followed all of this, but in my experience, it seems like, first of all, if the project delays their COD, that at least some PTOs automatically change all of the measures, including the maximum cost responsibility, maximum cost exposure, all of that gets increased to reflect the longer COD. And the interconnection facilities as well. So everything gets escalated, and some PTOs do that, and some PTOs do that sometimes, but not other times. There is not actually consistency. Also, it seems like with PG&E in particular, when you have a change, they somehow require, before you just incorporate things in the LGIA, which is what normally happens, then they require like revising and past report for things. It's like an intermediate step that is not necessarily there for all of the others. So it may be a processing thing for PG&E, but in general, I think if the project is extending the COD, then most of the time that is actually happening. So anyway, my question actually didn't have anything to do with that, but I wasn't. You can't just keep updating things and changing costs when you're supposed to have maximum cost responsibility. So we'll see what happens out of this discussion. I don't want to get back into it, but my main question really had to do with your second bullet here, which is talking about the milestones due to IC delays. When you say the IC has 10 business days to submit the request, I guess 10 business days from what? From a notice, a deficiency notice from the CAISO? Are you only talking about the milestones defined in the GIA? which would be maybe a few more milestones, or I just would like to understand this a little bit better if you could explain it.
So my answer to your question is yes, it would have to be based on some type of notification from the ISO. I don't know that there's anything today that we have that says you're not meeting your milestones, you must submit an MMA, and there's nothing documented between the parties that says, here's your next step, right? It would have to be something from the ISO that says you have 10 business days to submit. If you don't, then penalties start incurring.
Okay.
2 comments real quick to follow that. I would say, one, today, we the queue management team, but also the contract negotiators go out to these customers saying, hey, you need to continue negotiating your GIA. If your milestones aren't current, you need to submit an MMA, and they continue to just not take action, right? And so what we're trying to put in place here is we are notifying you that you need to submit an MMA to bring your project milestones and or project current, and we're going to force action at this point, right? And by force action, we're implementing a penalty.
So I could see where you have it in the GIA and there's a milestone and they've missed the milestone, and then you issue this notice. And we have seen more times where the CAISO is saying, well, you haven't started construction yet, you can't build this project, you have to do something, you have to change your COD. So it seems like there is more enforcement going on now. But you're talking about milestones even before the GIA is executed?
Well, this proposal was specific to an MMA being required. I don't know that we're talking about, I'll just say it this way. This specific item and bullet was only referring to MMA submittals where a customer's been notified that you need to do something on the project, right, or take action to extend your milestones. I don't know if we were considering anything on, moving forward on GIAs or other milestones, but it would be relative specifically, at least at this point, relatively specific to modification submittals.
Modifications before submittals. I guess if you have a GIA and you have milestones in it, and then project misses that, and then they get a notice, that I can see how this would work. I'm just trying to understand if you're proposing to do this before the GIA is executed.
Yeah. So it would be either, in my mind, if we did a back calculation like we've been talking about for negotiating a GIA and based on the longest lead item, I think there's some reasonableness to say you have a 5-year long lead item, we're at 4 years from your current COD, you're obviously not going to meet it. You need to submit an MMA to update your milestones. That's a reasonable, before a GIA is executed, right? It's open and obvious that you're not going to meet your COD because of the longest lead item. You still need to negotiate and execute your GIA. You need more time. You need to update your milestones. That would be the notification.
Okay, all right. Thanks for the clarification.
And that's, admittedly going to take some significant work on the ISO side to be paying attention to that and be identifying, where those milestones are and, at what point should they be negotiating an IA or achieving their next milestone. And we're just trying to implement a policy here, if you will, to provide more authority to force projects to keep moving or give us the ability to nicely walk you out the door. Any other comments on mine? Nope, good, okay. Yeah, Darren, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, Daniel Leof with PG&E.
Daniel.
Did the CAISO take a look at anything? I think we've kind of experienced this probably more recently, I think quite a few this year, but we're getting a lot of MMA requests right before some of the energization dates, so there's kind of a mad scramble to try to finish them up. Is there any talks about, putting if you don't submit your MMA by a certain date based on your energization, that something happens?
Perfect segue, Daniel, thank you. So the next idea here was, what criteria can we put around submitting MMAs? Either requirements that you can only submit it at a certain point, or limitations around you can't submit an MMA either after or before a certain point. And have we hit all of the items on the screen here? I don't think so, but it's just a starting point for the discussion. So the idea, at least that we're representing on the screen, is that we would only allow modifications to adjust the items needed to execute your GIA. The idea here would be once your final technology, equipment, point of interconnection has been determined, right? If you're just came out of your phase 2 study and, you know, you're thinking that you're going to need to make some adjustments, but you're still 2 years out from executing your GIA, don't submit a modification request. Don't waste our time. Don't waste your time. Get to the point at which you have made a final determination that you've executed a PPA, or at least you've been shortlisted or made progress on your project to that final decision point, and then submit your MMA, right? We've seen too many MMAs changing inverters from A to B, and then from B to C, and then even C to D sometimes. We have some projects that are on their, we have one project that's on their 14th MMA. I mean, just tell me that's not ridiculous, right? So that's what we're trying to limit here. Yeah, and I think you raised a good point, Daniel. You know, another consideration is the only time we would allow an MMA is to align your project with the PPA. That could be milestones, equipment, technology, whatever the case might be. The addition of battery storage, because we're looking to get more megawatts online. And then, yeah, the idea would be approximately 9 months prior to the in-service or synchronization date of the project. Yeah, Sushant?
Yeah, appreciate the ideas here. I like the principle of minimizing the number of MMAs. One challenge we have seen is, especially if there are MMAs that are required to align with the PPA, a lot of times they are at a stage where we have also submitted our 30% or 60% designs to the PTOs.
Okay.
And now if there is a change or we need to move some capacity around between resource IDs, the project execution team at the PTOs sometimes are not ready to move forward before we get an MMA approved. So I guess that's a question for the PTOs as well. Can we work something out where those changes are agreed upon without going through MMA until we submit one final MMA to align everything?
I see Daniel. I'm going to point to Daniel. Any thoughts there? And you don't, no commitments here. We're just open discussion.
No, I mean, I think, sorry, Daniel Lidioff with PG&E. I mean, I think this happens quite a bit, and there's a lot of back and forth because there's things that are, you know, unless an MMA is submitted, sometimes we're reviewing customers' drawing packages and it doesn't align with what was in the original IR package. So we're like, okay, well, where did this come from? Like, oh, we're going to submit an MMA. I mean, most of the time for most of these inverter changes or stuff like that, they get approved, but there's, you know, that slight chance where, you know, it might not get approved, right? So there's a balance of being able to review something and approve something that may or not get approved when it hasn't been submitted in, you know, through an MMA process, and it puts a challenge on us. So we always try to, I mean, if you're designing something and you know, you're putting your eggs in that basket, then let's, you know, get the MMA approved first, because, you know, if it doesn't get approved, then we may have to reject certain things. We want to see the IR package get fully updated with what you are actually doing and what's approved before wasting our time reviewing something that's, I guess, a guess at that time.
Yeah, that's right. And I'll just add a little bit to what Daniel was saying too. One of the challenges I think we're seeing too is, I just had a total brain fart. I'm going to pause. It'll come back to me. Were you going to chime in? Yeah. Okay. Let Deb chime in. Sorry.
So in that instance, they're, in essence, have changed the equipment because they're now at a stage where they can procure it and they know exactly what they're going to procure. So that MMA would be covered underneath bullet number 2. So that would be an MMA that they would submit to be consistent with the IR package for the PTO.
They just haven't submitted the MMA.
Yeah, they just haven't submitted the MMA yet. So maybe part of it would be encouraging or ensuring that the interconnection customers are submitting their final decisions. We tried to put it in as a technology equipment POI decisions as an MMA before they submit the IR package to the PTOs for engineering review.
I mean,
something like that.
we're also seeing a lot of drawing packages that have added batteries, right? And they've never submitted a battery MMA yet too. So it's like, okay, well, it's confusing, right? So, you know, if you guys are ready to move to your design, then we're hoping that, you know, all of your decisions have been made, so you're ready. Hopefully the MMA is at least in process already.
Curious if any of the other PTOs have other thoughts or comments here, process-wise, on the phone? Well, if you do, raise your hand and we can chime in. So we have somebody on the line as well.
Okay, let's start with Susan Schneider.
Yeah, I guess a couple of things. First of all, if someone has to change their technology or their configuration and they have to wait until, I mean, they don't just do like, everything doesn't get ordered all at once. There are things that get ordered as you proceed with the project, including other kinds of work that needs to be done on you know, on the site. And so I'm a little confused about when you have the final technology. I mean, there's, first of all, a lot of people had suggested not having MMAs needed for a lot of things like inverter changes. And so I don't see that in this part of the package. I don't know if you have dropped that idea or what you're thinking about it, but reducing the number of things that require MMA requests would be one way to reduce the problems with MMA requests. And then the second thing is, though, it's again, it's not like when, you know, if you have to change your inverters or you have to order the new inverters, you have to know that it's okay to change them. So if you still have to submit an MMA request to do it, you have to get, given supply chain issues, you want to get that done as soon as possible, but you have to wait until, like PG&E said, so there may be some chance that perhaps you won't be approved. Well, then you have to wait for the approval. If you're going to change the configuration of your project in a certain way for permitting, for other things, you have to know before you give your EPC contractor the direction to do that. So you have to know these things. It's not like it's all done all at once and then you decide to buy everything and make it all the directions for your EPC and everything else. These are things that happen as a project progresses. So I get, you know, reducing the number of things you need to ask about, that would be one thing. But I guess I'm a little concerned about what do you expect people to do if they know they need to change and they have to wait to do all the other decisions before they could even ask. I'm just not really sure how practical this is going to be and how this is not going to cause people to have to wait around while other decisions get made because they can only ask once all the decisions are made. It just seems a little contrary to trying to get a project to move ahead.
Do you have thoughts, or I was looking to Deb to see if she had other thoughts here.
Yeah, Susan, go ahead and put that in your comments. You know, obviously what we were trying to do was to come up with specific events that we were hoping could cut down on some of the MMAs. You know, as you've heard from Jason, you know, we do have one project that has already had 14 MMAs, and there's still not even close, close to being online.
Yeah,
exactly. You know,
so it seems like a lot. If there's only half of those things that they even have to ask, well, then they would have only had 7 MMA requests, right? And so it just seems 14. Like, yeah, out of the 14. Well, okay, I'm guessing you keep quoting that because that seems somewhat extreme. Because if everybody was asking that many times, you wouldn't even be noticeable, right? So that must obviously is an extreme, and I know it's an issue, and we do understand it. You know, some of the other suggestions people have had are not submitting modeling data with every single one and having to do the validation more than once. That sort of thing is helpful in the process. So there are ways to cut down how torturous this whole process is, but delaying asking for needed changes when you have to move ahead with that part of a project is not helpful to moving the project ahead. And we've said it a few times. We're happy to put it in comments again, but we do get how terrible this is. It's not any better on our end either. And obviously, if you're saying, you know, you have changes that, you know, say, well, we're going to submit an MMA and they haven't. Yeah, that maybe they should have done that already. We get that, but you know, it just saying you have to wait, you know, until all the decisions are final before you submit something. Undoubtedly, that will delay projects, and I don't really think you want to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Susan. We'll certainly take that into consideration.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, if you have more specific thoughts, please definitely include them in your written notes.
We will do that
Anybody
again. Thank you.
All right, perfect. And then just some other items that we didn't mention yet, but were consistent with the discussion paper, was increasing the deposit to $30,000. Oh, and then increase the time to complete modifications from 45 to 60 days. I did want to just kind of step back, Susan, kind of based on some of your comments, and just let you know that we did hear stakeholder comments and suggestions about trying to identify those changes in a process, whether as simple as a COD or inverters or things that have never been declined per se. And the ISO and all of the PTOs got on one call recently and had the discussion of what are our options here, and what could we consider not doing an MMA for, or what could we consider doing one MMA for at the very end, once that final determination has been made. And really the conclusion was there's really nothing that we could consider approved at any given time. I think we're seeing a change in the world of our industry where, yes, to date, we haven't seen anything be declined per se, right, for short circuit duty, fault duty, whatever other electrical characteristic impacts there are. We are starting to see some battery storage additions be declined because of short circuit impacts and other characteristic impacts on the system. I also would foresee us starting to see impacts for changes being made to projects. We just haven't seen them so far. So we don't want to put ourselves in a position of considering things approved only to have to backtrack and realize that, well, shoot, now things are starting to impact the system. Said a different way, right? We're sort of on some systems and some parts of the system, we're on a razor's edge of being overloaded and not overloaded, and are certain changes going to tip us one way or the other, and we have to take that into consideration. So Susan and others who made comments about, MMAs and approvals and CODs and whatnot, we did step back, we did look at that, we didn't comment on it here, but we certainly took that into consideration in what we're trying to propose for the straw proposal. And that's what I had a brain fart on earlier. I just forgot what I was going to say, so to clarify. And then, again, consistent with what stakeholders heard and the need for calls if there's deficiencies in the validation turns. Again, this is, I think if we put tariff language, we did consider this, if we put tariff language in that says ISO and PTOs must host a call after, at X point during a modification process, it's going to be and create significant inefficiencies in our process. So we don't want to tie our hands here and force the process, but I think it's something we can certainly, and we certainly will, even starting today, consider reaching out to ICs and coordinating with PTOs to try and set up a sometimes quick 30-minute call to have that discussion on the validation, or simply connect the PTOs and the customer, go have that call. You guys discuss this one-on-one, and we can just engage in those conversations as we need to. And, we ask the customers to sometimes request a meeting if you think it would be helpful. PTOs, if you think a call would be helpful to explain it to the customer, and that would help you alleviate it, by all means. But I think we're open arms here to help create the efficiencies in the process. We just don't want to create the tariff requirements around it to ultimately create inefficiencies in the process. All right, I'm going to keep. Okay, I'm going to pause here. Any final questions? This was the end of the managing the queue topics. I have one more slide on the withdraw opportunity. No other questions. All right, let's keep moving. Yep, one more slide. Oh. Take a break? Yeah, why don't we take a break? Is it 2:30? It is 2:30. Yeah, okay, so let's take 10 minutes. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at about 2:50. All right, 2:50 it is. Thanks, everybody. All right, perfect. Right on time. Thank you, everybody. All right, on to the last slide, and this is the one-time withdraw opportunity. We heard stakeholder feedback. We think everybody thinks this is a great idea. The question is, how can we make it work without impacting or the least amount of impact to everybody? After much discussion, trying to figure out what our options might be, here's where we landed, and we're looking for additional comments, feedback, and maybe additional proposals if you have them. But essentially, the process would play out where interconnection customers submit their withdraw notice and would be considered withdrawn at the time you submit that request, right? So there would be no going back, if you will. One of the things we came up with was that PTOs would not inherit that cost responsibility for projects that withdraw, right? So today, if you have a GIA executed and you withdraw, that cost shifts over to the PTO. We would not force that cost shift to the PTO. We would be waiving section 14.2.2 of Appendix DD. That then leaves the cost to shift to the development community and the either projects that are in the current cluster that have shared network upgrades with that project that withdrew, or later cluster projects that also require that upgrade. Here's where we could see cost responsibilities increase potentially. One of the considerations is how do we, if that cost shift requires or meets that or matches that cost responsibility maximum, do those maximums increase, or would this allow that opportunity to happen? And just for the sake of being at a point where we need to make a decision on this, we're kind of at a point where if we can't come to an agreement on this, the ISO is considering dropping this proposal. All right, we'll leave it here for comments. All right, Shane, go ahead.
Yeah, Shane O'Brien with Type of Power. I was just curious too, maybe to give like a third option here. Have you guys thought about applying this differently, as it relates to cluster 14, which is still, fairly early on versus, like you were saying, other projects that have already executed GI that are kind of like dealing with a different set of circumstances and obviously need firmer rules around how the costs shift around? As a potential way, I know you guys were probably somewhat surprised at the number of projects that stuck around in 14, and maybe this is a way to kind of try to break that one out and, maybe get that study done at least on time, if not earlier.
Yeah, when you're thinking cluster 14, do you have something specific in mind, as in criteria that would move forward or not type of thing? What do you have in mind?
I guess I more so just meant, like you were saying, this is all or nothing, and this has like very specific like cost acceptance criteria related to projects that are much further along in the process. And so I guess I was thinking perhaps looser criteria for, a study that still hasn't completed yet. And maybe where, obviously you guys are trying to come to a more reasonable number of megawatts or completing that study, as a way to decouple this from the other issues that projects that are already finished their studies, know the result, have already, made their security deposits and everything.
Sure.
Yeah.
My initial reaction to that would be cluster 14, by the time we get FERC approval for this, cluster 14 studies would have been approved, and we'd probably be approaching the the second IFS posting for those cluster 14 projects. So I think that's a careful balance. I don't know that we would have time to get anything approved by FERC that would then impact cluster 14. We'd have to take a serious look at it. Something to consider. Don't want to take it off the table, but I think we have to take a serious look at that. I don't know if, Bob, you have other thoughts on cluster 14 impacts.
No, not really. It's kind of like it's no harm to include them, at least not that I can think of off the top of my head, but I think our initial impression was you start with cluster 13 and go backwards, or maybe cluster 12, but if there's an opportunity to get some projects out of the way,
I think my primary...
determine if there's any harm or not. Cluster 14 is not going to have any upgrades that cascade to a later project yet, so
right.
They can't harm PTOs or other projects, so maybe it's a no-brainer, but I have to think about it some more.
I guess what I was thinking specifically is that I guess I'm personally concerned that there's going to be more withdrawals after phase 2 than are typical because of how many more projects stuck around between phase 1 and 2 this time. So
maybe I misunderstood what you were saying. Were you saying possibly that this only applies to cluster 14, or start with cluster 14 and see how many projects withdraw and get their first posting back? Is that what you were originally proposing?
Well, I think I'm really like focused on that last bullet point, right, where you're saying like if you don't accept like this potential cost shift towards your projects, it's like an all or nothing kind of thing, and those same conditions aren't really present with the cluster 14 projects, at least not yet.
Sure.
And so I was just trying to say like maybe you want to like ask it like 13 and earlier versus just 14.
Okay.
Yeah, instead
All
of
right.
just an all or nothing for all clusters.
Sure.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Anybody on the line? Okay.
Susan Schneider, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I think you know that this would be a poison pill for the whole thing. And I'm wondering if you have considered the fact that if these projects are still lingering, unless you can get them out of there some other way, which perhaps you can, then they're triggering upgrades later that if the later queued projects are paying for them, the ratepayers will have to refund for the most part. And so, yes, it's true that, I mean, when you say shift to PTOs, you mean ratepayers, basically. And so the ratepayers do ultimately pay for all of the ones for the projects anyway. That if you consider, I guess my question is, have you considered the larger benefit here? The fact that, first of all, some of these upgrades may drop out, and if they particularly don't drop out, there may be other upgrades later in that will drop out that are not even assigned to these projects, but are assigned to later queued projects because these projects have dropped out. So I feel like this all or nothing, we're only going to look at the upgrades assigned to those particular projects. We're not going to look at the benefits to ratepayers of other upgrades dropping out for projects that are later in the queue. It feels a little bit more of it feels like it doesn't really take the big picture view of this.
Considering my response here. Does anybody else? Yeah, we've certainly considered that, Susan. I don't. It's hard to have an answer to this. We considered the workload that it's going to take if we go down a path of. Let me just say this, right? So one of the considerations we had was, what if we requested a window where all projects would submit their intent to withdraw. Then we did an evaluation or a study, if you will, to determine which of those projects would not impact other projects or cascade costs to other either PTOs or other projects or later queues. If those projects had zero impact, they would be withdrawn. The others would not be withdrawn, and they would have to stay in queue. We would figure out what to do with them later.
If you're looking go ahead, sorry, let me let you finish.
Yeah, let me finish real quick. So we basically got to a point where we realized that that's going to require a complete study, and we don't have the resources nor the time with Cluster 14 and all the other things we have going on to complete that study. And we couldn't justify going through that process and provide meaningful results in a reasonable time. Go ahead, Susan.
Well, what I guess I'm saying is that looking at only, and understanding what you just said, looking at only the particular upgrades assigned to the projects that are dropping is a rather limited view of this. The idea is that other upgrades have been triggered later in the process. I mean, it may be that some of the upgrades that are assigned to these projects will still be needed, but other upgrades assigned to later queue projects, because these projects are dropping out, other upgrades may also drop out later in the process. You would think that if a bunch of capacity, if you look at your survey results, assuming that's valid, then if a bunch of capacity drops out, then it may not be the upgrades assigned to these projects that will they may still be needed, but it's the other upgrades that the fact that the capacity was sitting there that may have been triggered that are currently assigned to other projects that will drop out, and the ratepayers will not have to pay for those.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I think that's going to require the study, though, to do that evaluation and determination. I mean, we're talking about, if I understand it correctly, we're talking about a full reassessment study here to recreate a base case with all the proposed withdrawals, right? There's no easy way to determine that answer.
You could just roll it into the current reassessment. Once those people drop out, you have a reassessment. You have reassessments when people drop out all the time, and you have them once a year. So I'm not sure why you think this would require a special study to do. It simply would just fall into they would drop out. This would fall into the reassessment process. And upgrades that not only they are paying for that may not be needed, but all of the upgrades that might have triggered later will also drop out, and it will all be done through the study process you already have.
Yeah, Susan, I want to clarify. So the one-time study process I was referring to was under the scenario that I established about we get the intent to withdraw, then we do a separate study to determine who was doing that. If the original consideration was, yes, get the withdraw notices or withdraw request, and then roll that into the reassessment process, right? But the question, the baseline here isn't the study that we need to do to determine that. The question is, how do we deal with the cost shifting due to the projects that are withdrawing? Regardless of regardless of where that shift happens, whether it's current cluster or later cluster, the question is, who's going to bear the cost of that cost shift when it happens?
Well, it's
Bob,
not,
Bob's
it's,
gonna,
I guess, yeah, it's
Go
not
ahead.
just a cost shift, it's, though you're looking at just the upgrades assigned to these guys, but the fact that a bunch of other upgrades should drop out later also. And you'd have to capture, if you're gonna do even a one-time study, you'd have to capture the full benefit, not just the bad part.
Yeah. Bob's going to chime in real quick.
Well, Susan, I just have a question. To make sure I understand where you're coming from in your argument, is that you're suggesting that, based on the discussion you've been having, that the PTO should actually take on costs related to the current tariff conditions, because in the end, ratepayers would actually benefit.
Well, no, it's not. No, what I'm saying is it's a very limited view. If you only look at the upgrades that are assigned to the projects dropping out and what happens to them, that's a very limited view, because those projects drop out. The fact that they're sitting there means they have triggered not only the things that were originally assigned to them, which is what you're talking about, but a bunch of upgrades later on that were assigned to later queue projects, because these projects were sitting in the way. And the studies assume that everything that goes before comes online for later queued projects. And so if you only look at just the things assigned to these projects, that is a very limited view. And yes, the PTO would have to do that. But on the other hand, the PTOs would not have to fund, and ratepayers themselves would not have to fund upgrades that would no longer be needed, that are not even assigned to these projects, that were triggered for later projects, because these guys were sitting in the way.
So Susan, just to play that out a little bit, what I was thinking is, okay, you're right. There are some upgrades that would go away. The question is then,
and there may not be upgrades for these projects.
Let me just finish here. Let me just finish here, Susan. So
Sure.
the net benefit to the later projects that may inherit costs would be cushioned somewhat by the fact that some of their upgrades would go away. So if they inherit some costs for an upgrade that was a P&U, maybe one of the assigned network upgrades go away, so the net result is less than just the inheritance of that P&U.
But the increase, if you look at it as a whole and look at ratepayers as a whole, that's one thing. An increased risk to a particular project, I think, that's a very fraught thing. But that doesn't negate the fact that the larger benefit would accrue to ratepayers. And I think it's just very limited when you're only proposing to focus on this one thing for these upgrades assigned to these particular projects. Ratepayers have to pay for all of it. And if the later queued projects have a bunch of upgrades assigned to them, that they have to pay for those up initially, but they're going to get reimbursed. And who's reimbursing them? It's the ratepayers. And so,
Susan,
there's a little more,
I'm really struggling with what of our proposal would you change? What specifically would you change?
I would simply do what had been mentioned earlier, which was people leave the queue, they get their money back, it all goes into the reassessment, and there are perhaps some additional assignments to the PTOs and a bunch of more upgrades, hopefully. I mean, again, you have a normal reassessment process to do this. Other upgrades fall out, do not need to be funded, do not need to be reimbursed by ratepayers. And you have a study already, you do it once a year when projects drop out, you simply keep doing it. Just do it. You just have a few more projects that drop out because of this particular thing.
And again, this is a one-time process. It's not year after year that we're proposing.
No, but it would roll into the next reassessment, whatever that was, whenever that was, depending on when you implement it.
So just a data point that Jason and I were having a discussion, and so we looked at the Q report, and of the projects that we were thinking, without looking at cluster 14, looking at cluster 13, looking at cluster 12, that we came to a number around 80 to 85% of the projects had a GIA. So what that means is the vast majority of the costs would go to the PTOs, not to the next projects in line that need that upgrade, but that upgrade for them is a PU.
Well, first of all, some of those upgrades may not be needed anymore. So that's possible too, if they drop out. And then other upgrades that are needed, that are assigned to other projects now that ratepayers would otherwise have to fund, they would not have to fund. So again, looking only at what's assigned to these guys and the fact that costs could, again, some of the costs may not be needed at all later if these guys drop out, even the ones assigned to them and the ones assigned to other people that were triggered because they were still in the queue. The ones that drop out were still in the queue. Those wouldn't be needed anymore either.
Yeah, I think my final thought here, and well, Susan, please put this in writing so we can kind of chew on it. And I think my final thought here, though, would be we definitely recognize the pros of this option, right? Removal of upgrades, and it could be significant. We're focused on the negative aspect here, which is cost shifting, and the current tariff shifts it to the PTO. And like Bob said, if we just associate one for one, 80% of the upgrade cost is going to shift to the PTO because 80% of the projects have GIAs executed. And
if those upgrades are still needed.
If they're still needed, right? But the question is, we won't know that until that full reassessment is completed, and we're not in a position to put that on the PTOs at this point. So the question is...
But you're not assuming, you're not considering the fact that other upgrades may drop out because these guys drop out that are not even assigned to these guys, that are assigned to later projects. That's why you want them out of the way, because they're triggering upgrades that are not actually going to be needed. But if they're funded and built for later queued projects, then they're going to have to be reimbursed, and even though they may not ultimately have been needed. But that's what's going to happen when the other ones come up and need to come online. So that's, I think, again, I think it's looking at only the negative aspects of it is not really giving this idea a fair chance. But we'll put it again in comments again. Happy to do it.
Yeah, please do. Any other comments online?
Pamela Quinlan with GQ New Energy Strategies, go ahead.
Hi again, this is Pamela Quinlan on behalf of Grid Store. When we're talking about these one-time withdrawal opportunities, and I really appreciate Susan's questions, I'm still thinking through it, those concepts, but I think from a broader standpoint, taking a step back, all of these changes we're talking about are putting developers in a position of wearing just a lot more cost and risk with, much less flexibility. And what that does is puts the uncertainty around the PTOs and what that does to the developers is just much more challenging. And some of the comments, and I've seen this, we think developers should have this low or no penalty withdrawal either when long timelines are revealed, particularly after phase 2, or if the PTOs are causing extensive delays. Like if a project's viable and would otherwise be able to move forward, but because of extensive delays, like where the timeline for a network upgrade is pushed out significantly, and now the project can't move forward and isn't viable, we think there either should be low penalties or no penalties. And I wasn't sure, like I had seen this concept raised by others in written comments, and doesn't seem like it was adopted kind of in what Kaiso is thinking about here, but it seems pretty important as a balance of risk when there are the reasons why projects wouldn't be viable are outside of the interconnection customer's control, because specifically of PTO delays, that needs to play a role here. So I wanted to raise that kind of within this discussion of withdrawal opportunities and get your thoughts.
I would say first, I don't know how PTO delays here would play into this one-time withdrawal. I'm trying to just imagine what that would look like. I just can't picture it off the cuff. And I think what you were alluding to as well, Pamela, was, we certainly take into account PTO delays and PTO extension requirements into the process and the requirements for the project. If there's something more specific you're referring to as something we've previously discussed, happy to open that door again as well. Can you elaborate more on how you think the PTO delays would be part of this extension, or maybe I missed something too?
Silas, did you open up her line, Pamela?
Thanks. And no, I think it's a broader point. Maybe I'm just trying to think through what flexibility is could be provided to have a relative, a more helpful timeliness. If the benefits of having kind of one-time withdrawal opportunities have that information at the same time, and what kind of, if gives an opportunity or additional flexibility for developers where they're put in a position right now without that, is what I'm trying to think through. But I think generally, any opportunity is where you can provide support for the fact that projects are not able to move forward because of PTO related delays and want to be able to withdraw without penalty. I think we're interested in kind of further discussion about.
Go ahead.
So I think this is an area where we could use additional feedback and suggestions of how to make sure that there are, as one of our principals suggests, equal responsibility and equal risks and costs applied in this case. So if you have suggestions and want to put those in comments about, how we can make sure that that principle is met if we do provide a one-time withdrawal opportunity, I think that would be helpful.
Pamela, it just clicked. Danielle wrote something down that just clicked in my mind too. I think maybe one of the considerations we have here too is in the straw proposal, maybe something we'll take back to the table is if a PTO provides or requires an extension that's so long or impacts the project by so much that we allow a project to withdraw with minimal penalties or maybe no penalties. I don't know what that would look like, but Pamela, is that a little bit of what you were alluding to?
Yes, exactly.
Got it. Okay, makes sense now. Thank you. Darren?
Darren Yoxner, PG&E, actually agree with that last comment, by the way. I think that's a great idea. I actually think in the existing structure that we have, future clusters protected from pre-cluster required cost allocations and cost caps, all of that. I think we have a safe haven condition where future cluster projects are insulated, and in fact, they can abuse the situation. And I think I heard earlier in your presentation that we may be presenting the idea that you have something, you're in the current cluster and things aren't looking right, you don't meet the auction or whatever those scenarios are, you can come back in a future cluster. Well, one of the reasons why you might not be viable or go forward into the future cluster is you might see that cost number is way too high for you. And so instead of leaving, you pull back to come back into a future cluster. This cost isolation, protection between clusters, I think should go away. If you are benefited by a network upgrade, you should pay. If you're behind it, why wouldn't you? And in fact, I think that the prior cluster projects are actually benefited when future cluster projects pay, because the more that pay in, draw down for everybody in terms of their cost allocations, right, for the study. So I humbly submit that be considered.
Yeah. Put those thoughts in writing so that we can kind of evaluate a little bit of the process, but a little bit of the details of what you're thinking of there too. That will certainly be helpful. And I think, go ahead.
We have a couple other hands online. Fernando Cornejo with SCE, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Fernando with SC. I just need to speak up here. First of all, SC does not support any type of transfer of risk, financial or otherwise, as a result of actions by interconnection customers or developers that may be wanting to have a one-time withdrawal opportunities. I mean, specifically, if this would encompass some of the situations where you'd have later queued resources that not have yet entered into a GIA. While folks are talking about here, speculative network upgrades that may not be needed downstream, we don't know at the point in time when the withdrawal request is made. So for us to depend on PTO financing, by the way, we're not in the banking industry, realize that at the end of the day, we're looking for ratepayer savings, but we do want to minimize any time when you're looking to finance through our limited resources, our limited capital, for a project or proposal that would impose additional financial requirements on the PTOs. If this would include having some of that cost responsibility in situations, particularly on the 15%, I think that you mentioned that currently does not have, would not have executed GIA. So I just want to make sure that, we kind of neutralize. There's a lot of good discussion from the developer community here, but from the PTO, or at least from SE's perspective, we would oppose any type of cost shifting and financial risk responsibility imposed on us as a result of this type of a one-time withdrawal opportunity.
Thank you, Fernando.
All right, Gary Holdsworth with SDG&E, go ahead. Gary, I saw you had a comment I think you wanted to follow up with, so if you, do you want to speak, go ahead and raise your hand and we'll come back to you. Okay, there you are.
Okay, I guess I lowered my hand too fast. All right. So this is just I heard it wrong, spoken first, and then I think it was corrected during the discussion. So I just wanted to double check on clarification on something. When we're talking about section 14.2.2 in Appendix DD, those precursor upgrades that are in a GIA, an executed GIA, is what that covers. As was mentioned, I think recently just now by Fernando, if the GIA is not executed and withdrawals occur, then those upgrades float to the next, responsible party. So when you say 80% of previous projects have a GIA, it takes a lot to decide to terminate a GIA. So I'm not really thinking, or you're thinking, that you're going to see a lot of GIA terminations. I think you're more likely to see withdrawals of projects that don't have a GIA yet, that are waiting around for a white knight or something, some miraculous thing to happen so that they can be viable. I think that's more likely. And so if those are, precursor upgrades from projects without a GIA, those are free to float. And that's all I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. So just to clarify or ask the question to the group here is, could we open this up to only projects that don't have GIAs executed? Costs would shift to developers naturally that way.
Well, that's in your tariff today. That's
right.
The way
my
your
point,
tariff is written today.
But where only projects that don't have a GIA could withdraw and get 100% of their financial security posting back, right? Is that too prescriptive? I'm asking the community, so please, anybody raise your hand or chime in here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a developer with a signed IA, I mean, are you not going to feel like that's exposing you? That's increasing your exposure.
Potentially. Could it, to Susan's point earlier though, could it provide benefit where an upgrade possibly gets removed because there's 400 megawatts in the queue and removing 200, now your 200 project doesn't have that upgrade needed? Yeah. I'm just saying, we don't know that result until the reassessment.
Yeah, you can have winners and losers in this situation, yes.
That's right, agree.
Yeah, it's just how the chips fall. Thank you.
We have a follow-up comment from Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, actually, that is a very interesting observation that I don't have an answer right now. I think it's something we'll have to discuss. But I think Gary's observation is very interesting that you're more likely to get projects that don't have GIAs that would drop out because they're probably for lack of a better term, maybe could be the flakier ones that are out there. I'm not sure why they're still even in the queue if they don't have a GIAs, but the fact is that that could be what happens, and maybe they are standing in the way. So it might be a good idea to kind of get more information on who those are. I guess we can just look at the queue listings, but we'll talk about that, and I think that's a very interesting observation. That's all I want to say.
All right. Yeah, thanks for considering. Jenny?
Jenny Mueller, Youth Consulting.
No, I thought that it's the case that, like, you don't have to have LGIAs executed for 100% of the upgrade to move forward with it. So there might be some cost responsibility that might fall into the PTOs by doing, allowing the one-time withdrawals. Or do you only move forward once 100% of that upgrade is in an LGIA? I think there might...
As soon as the first one signs, we're moving forward. I don't know about other PTOs, but we consider it triggered when the first signs.
Right. So if you allow non-LGIAs to withdraw without penalty, then there might still be some cost shifting to the PTO in that case, I would think.
Yeah, if you're the one contract that signed and everybody else bailed, right, now you're heavily exposed. That was my scenario.
Yeah.
I didn't eloquently put it, but yeah.
Yeah, you're exposed, also potentially benefited too, right? Now, maybe that upgrade goes away, possibly, right? But that's the...
For deliverability, you're probably benefited, but I don't...
Possibly too,
Jason, though, but once we start and execute a project, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't reassess projects that are already moving in flight. So those projects would never get reassessed out. So kind of like that situation, if the other two projects withdraw, then, the PTO's on the hook for that one upgrade that would never get reassessed out because it's already in flight.
I don't follow.
So we don't
the project that stayed in would never get reassessed? Is that what you're saying?
The upgrade would never get reassessed out because it's already in flight. So,
right, but the cost of that upgrade is going to shift to the one project that remains in. That's the risk that Darren's referring to.
Well,
right?
yeah, so let's say it's 33% and the other 66%. I mean, the PTO's on the hook for the other 66%.
No, because the projects that withdrew didn't have GIAs. So that cost would shift to the project that is moving forward.
Jason, most of the time, they're already protected by their cost cap.
Yeah, the cost cap.
So under the project that stays, isn't 100% of that cost responsibility assigned to that project? Yeah, if you're in the same cluster.
Let me just speak to that.
But it's a CANU for the later clusters, which means it can shift to their cost responsibility, and that CANU is built into their MCR.
The only way costs can shift is in a case where cost responsibility went down. Let's say through the reassessment that a particular network upgrade goes down or goes away, we reassess the new maximum cost responsibility for the project that still remains, and we only reduce its cost if the remaining upgrades that are still there, if they were to pay 100% of the remaining upgrades, if that cost is lower, then we do actually reduce our maximum cost responsibility. But we keep that at a level to where if they're the last project standing and there's headroom created by other upgrades going away, then that project can be responsible for 100%. But it only happens when headroom is created by other upgrades going away.
We'll have to think about this one too. Good points raised, though. It's definitely giving everybody something to think about here.
I think we also had a follow-up comment from Susan on the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, it depends on what kind of upgrade you're talking about, because the IRNUs now are fully assigned to all of, as the assigned and unassigned cost is in the maximum cost. I've forgotten if it's exposure responsibility, but anyway, that can be dumped on the remaining project. It's the other part of the GRNUs that could only be dumped on the remaining project if there is the headroom. So I think that's what you're talking about. And that, it's only a cost shift if the people that dropped out, particularly, let's say they don't have assigned GIA, if the people that dropped out were not going to be developed anyway, you weren't going to, and they don't have a GIA, you weren't going to get that third posting from them anyway. And so it's not even really a cost shift. But anyway, okay, well, we'll talk some more about it. But I think you got the IRNUs where the PTO is already protected now under the current rules. And then the GRNU that is still potentially, there could be something unfunded if that upgrade is still needed.
Jason, this is Ashwini.
Yeah.
I think the risk should not just be for those clusters that have the CANU assigned and non-assigned, right? Because this would probably apply more for projects that are from cluster 7, 6 through all along that don't have the assigned, not assigned concept. They didn't have the PNU concept, the potential network upgrade. So I think the risk needs to be assessed for every project in the queue where some of these flexibilities were not available to them. And that, if those projects withdraw, then that cost shift is on the PDU. Because they don't have the assigned, non-assigned protection that's there today. I believe that's a cluster 13 and forward change, right? The assigned and non-assigned. So that's just something to consider, that the risk Bob was talking about is kind of the cost shift for all projects from the legacy clusters.
Sure. Okay. We'll go back and reevaluate what that non-executed GIA situation looks like.
Jenny Mueller, Consulting. I was just going to say, like, round and round, it seems to come back to a thought that some sort of a reassessment would be necessary. So I just want the ISO to, keep in mind that your cluster 15 timelines and when those studies are going to kick off, it's up in the air, admittedly. So, I mean, I think we should be open to the possibility that there may be some window created by if there's any timeline shift and when you kick off 15, you may have time for this reassessment. I think that we should be open to that as a possibility, because I think, a study to say, these are the downstream effects would be nice. I think, that would help us make a lot of these decisions.
Okay.
And so there might be time.
Sure. Good point. We'll take that back to the table. Good online? All right. I think that concludes all of the meat of our discussion. Who's got next steps? Danielle? Okay, perfect. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your input and great conversation today.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. This has been a very fruitful working group session. Quite honestly, we didn't know how it was going to go with the first quarter coming out today or if there would be much to discuss, but this has been great. We've gotten really good feedback from all of you, so we really appreciate it. Just a couple of notes on next steps, and then I'm going to turn it over to Joanne as well. So we have anticipated that you all may appreciate an extra week and a day for comments. I know that it's still a tight turnaround, but hopefully you've been preparing for them already and can use today's discussion to kind of inform and direct where you're heading with them. We don't want to extend the IPE timeline out too long still, as we're still assessing, how we're gonna adapt to the new FERC order as well. We have been on a very tight time frame for this initiative going forward, with an attempt to try to get this to the Board of Governors in February 2024. As far as we know, that's still our timeline. So if that is the case, especially now with the FERC order, we really need to hustle, and so we need to ask all of you to turn comments around 2 weeks from today as well. So the new deadline can be August 15th, which is a Tuesday, as I said, 2 weeks from today. Hopefully that is helpful. For the sake of your comments, recognizing that there is a big FERC order out there and you're already probably reviewing that as well, we want to have the same scope for comments that we had for today's workshop. So it would be really great if you can refrain from any comments on the FERC order and really just keep the focus again on the concepts and the proposals that we've talked through in the previous working group sessions. That'll help us, make sure that we're really honing in, and it'll also give us some flexibility to figure out how we're going to reconcile the two initiatives or actions that we have to take. So please kind of keep the focus on that too, and try to focus on solutions. I think you've all been really great about providing really good solutions and ideas and creative thinking, and so we want to continue to see that. That is more productive and more helpful to us at this point than complaints or concerns. So if you have concerns with some of the things that you've heard today and can provide some direction or some modifications on that. Also, as we discussed earlier, if there are ideas that have been socialized among stakeholders, please feel free to bring those forward as well. So I will leave that there. We are still figuring out the target date for the straw proposal posting. It is subject to change just as we collect ourselves and figure out what's happening with the FERC order, but we are still aiming on mid-September. There will be a working group or a workshop shortly after that. So we'll keep you posted. We should know in the next couple of days how we plan to proceed with the FERC compliance order as well as with IPE. Joanne? And while she's coming up, I'll just thank you all again. It's been really great to have all your input. Thank you.
Thanks, Danielle. Can you guys hear me? Okay. All right. Joanne Serena from the ISO. Nice to see everybody here in person again. I just wanted to touch on a couple comments regarding process, because I know there's some questions earlier about the process. The working group concept is sort of a new methodology for us. I think, as you know, we initiated it first with the extended day-ahead market, and it worked really well. And so we've been adopting more of the working group concept with other stakeholder initiatives, and this being one of them. And so I know it's been quite an intense process. This has been working group number 5, and they've been long working sessions. I think they are extremely valuable. I think the input that we've received from stakeholders has been really valuable. And I think the proposals that you all have put forward really do help shape, what is the issue we're trying to solve and what is our proposal going to look like. We still have a ways to go in this initiative, right, because we're still at the early stage. We haven't even gotten to the straw proposal, as Daniel mentioned. So the proposals that you've put forward, the goal is that it will shape that straw proposal, and then we will go through our normal stakeholder process where you can comment on that, and we will take further feedback. We will do the same thing with draft final, where we will get feedback, and then we get to the final. But there's lots of opportunity for comments and iteration even once we get to the straw proposal. So now in terms of this comment period we're opening right now as a post-working group comment period, I think it's a good opportunity for you to provide comments on any refinements to some of the proposals some of you have presented, now that you've heard all the comments and the feedback from stakeholders. So I would highly recommend that you leverage this comment period to provide further feedback on what you thought in terms of what proposals were really good, what areas we need to continue to refine. Okay. The other thing I wanted to mention about the working groups, we're not an expert at this. We're still learning in terms of what works for stakeholders and what doesn't. So we will put out a very short survey. I don't want to burden all of you with more surveys and more feedback, but the feedback on working groups would be very helpful for us. So we're going to send out a survey. Hopefully it'll only take a few minutes. And I'd like to hear from all of you what worked well, what didn't work well, what can we continue to improve in terms of working groups. So happy to answer any questions or take any of your initial feedback now as well.
We have a few hands raised online. So let's go to Fernando Cornejo.
Hey, Fernando.
Hey, Joanne. Good afternoon. How are you? Thanks for that overview. I just need to ask a question. I realize we're not going to get into the substance of the actual FERC order, but I'm just thinking from a process timeline standpoint. The order does require a pretty quick turnaround for compliance filing. I mean, assuming that we get the order published in the Federal Register sometime in August, the CAISO would be faced with a compliance filing somewhere in the November timeframe. And I'm just curious, given, kind of what we're doing here, it's taken us probably about 3.5 months between the time we get from a discussion paper to a straw proposal. Is the CAISO, I mean, I'm just not sure what options are out there. Is it one consideration is to, are we going full steam ahead with the 2023 IPE moving forward, and the CAISO still will be working on the compliance filing? Because that's obviously a fixed milepost there. Is it possible that this 2023 IPE gets suspended for some period of time so that the CAISO can focus on the FERC compliance filing? It just seems like it takes a while, and we already had one delay, and I realize that these rules need to be in place before we start applying with Q cluster 15, but it's just not, it's a little bit nebulous to me in terms of the options that CAISO may be considering. I know you don't have the answers in terms of which path you're going to pursue, but what's on the table realistically for the CAISO given, the compliance filing at FERC, and let's call it November?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, Fernando. I don't think we have a really good answer just yet. We're just sort of assessing ourselves. What does this really mean to the IPE process? So right now, we're just continuing on the track that we know. And then in the coming weeks, I think we'll decide or determine if we have to make any adjustments or any kind of pivot. But in terms of the FERC compliance filing, we will treat it like any other compliance filing. But we understand the potential impact to IPE and what it means. So I will have to ask for some time for us to assess that.
Yeah, because it seems like in a lot of the, once again, not getting into the FERC order specifics, but it seems like the FERC order has given a lot of guidance, guardrails here, so to speak, in terms of, increased deposits, site control, not having financial related type of criteria to demonstrate commercial viability. So a lot of those things may be kind of answered. And just wasn't sure if, the compliance fund at FERC is pretty much a firm deadline, probably a little bit more flexibility with this IPE 2023. Didn't know if one consideration would be to fast track this to get all the issues into the compliance filing so that there's one effort that would include, addressing the FERC order as well as IPE 2023. But I caveat that given, that we're going to be going for about a 3.5 month window between discussion paper to straw proposal. I'm not sure if that's realistic, but just wanted to ask that question.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible that it will, specify certain things that we will have to do that we're talking about in the IPE, but we wouldn't change, we would follow the compliance requirement just like everybody. Debbie, did you have something to add there?
Yeah, just to add a few comments on that. The compliance filing, FERC requires you in essence to comply with exactly the order that was, that came out on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have to go ahead and file the compliance filing in accordance with that order, unless there's some clarifications that come out that allow us to deviate from the order itself. And then we'd have to put on top of that a separate filing for the IPE.
Yeah, we can't combine.
Can't combine the two.
Can't combine it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just wondering, the options are obviously the non-negotiables for compliance filing. Separately, you got these IPE 23 issues that might have some kind of a delta based on things that aren't covered in the FERC ruling. But okay. So I guess the response is, as of today, you don't know. And then the follow-up question to that is, I think folks have been asking for some time if we could start getting a little bit more, definitive timelines. I think this FERC ruling complicates that, but it's hard to plan and work internal to our respective entities to develop comments and figure out what our next steps are when we kind of get these somewhat nebulous timelines in terms of mid-September for straw proposal, mid-September for a working group. It's kind of atypical for the good work that the CAISO does in providing a little bit more clarity in terms of all the milestones leading up towards actual presentation with the CAISO board.
Yeah, we'll try to solidify.
My request would be, I'm sorry. I was going to say, I guess my request would be, if at all possible, we can start getting a little bit more concrete dates here rather than mid-September references. And between mid-September, we go to February 2024. It'd be helpful to get some milestones if at all possible. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll try to firm up that schedule here very soon. Thanks, Fernando.
Joyce.
All right, we have another question from Susan Schneider. Go ahead.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, I want to thank you very, very, very much for the extra time for the comments. It is very hard, especially when you have an association and many members with different interests. You pretty much get what you pay for. So we actually, because we had the survey that you had sent out before, that we just finished that yesterday. So we were going to have to try to cobble in the next few days comments before the 7th and somehow come up with something coherent. It really has impeded, the schedule has impeded our ability to reach consensus internally. So, which I think would have helped the process a little more. So I really, really want to thank you for that extra week, which we really sorely need. So thank you very much for doing that. If you're going to send out a survey, another survey about the working group process, I'm going to ask that maybe you do that after the 15th, because
Yeah.
otherwise it's just going to get in the way of trying to get you a really good set of comments for the next time. And we really appreciate all the work everybody's put into this and really want to get you some really good comments. So maybe hold that until after. We'll still remember it, and I don't think I think you'll still get you'll get better feedback that way than if you throw that out there now. And now we have to deal with that before we get to the other comments. So just a request for that. But thank you very much for listening and for getting us that extra time.
Great, thanks, Susan. Yeah, we'll do that after this comments window, as long as you can store in the back of your mind the feedback to the working groups, and we look forward to hearing about that. So don't
Thanks,
forget.
I really appreciate it.
Okay.
All right,
Any
we have
other?
two more questions on the line. The first one from Pamela Quinlan. Go ahead. Silas, could you unmute Pamela's line?
Trying to open Pamela's line. Just give us 1 second.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, looks like that's great. So I know you're still digesting the final rule that was issued, and appreciate the conversation about that. Is your expectation, though, that you'll have some kind of thought about how these two tracks might relate by the time the straw proposal is posted? Is that your thought? At least by then you'll have some guidance to.
Workshop. In that workshop. The one after this. Yeah. Go ahead, why don't you answer?
Hi, Pamela, sorry. This is Danielle. Yes, I do think we will have a sense of how IPE and the FERC compliance filing interact by the time the straw proposal is posted. I think we will have a sense of that probably in the next couple of days to weeks. It might affect the timing of the straw proposal. I think to Fernando's question, we don't know exactly how much we are in that discussion right now. If there's a delay in the schedule in the straw proposal, we will let you all know what the timeline for the initiative is. So obviously we'll know that before we publish the straw proposal if the straw proposal is delayed. I hope that kind of answers your question.
That's helpful. I think the other thing that I would be interested, at least in not getting an answer, but I guess just flagging that, I think in general, when there's FERC rulemakings that happen while there are processes underway in the regions, that, that could be a reason by which you seek additional time to kind of marry up processes so that there's a superior outcome coming out of this, if that's something that the ISO wants to pursue.
Yeah.
And although I don't know who was mentioning it, that you have to do exactly what's in the rule. You have to show that you're complying with everything in the rule, but you can do something that's consistent with or superior to the actual regulation. So I think there's maybe a little bit more flexibility than doing exactly what's there, if that's helpful for figuring out how these are going to work together.
Yeah, no, I think we appreciate those comments, and we agree with that. And like Danielle said, we need to sort of regroup a little bit to understand a little bit more about the filing, and then we'll be able to share more information. Okay.
Jerry Melcher, go ahead.
Jerry Melcher, just want to confirm that the presentation slide does not show the 18th, that this is still from the deck that you posted, but this change of date is something you just came up with at lunch? Okay.
We pretty much did, yes. We said, the right thing to do here is to add another week of comments. So, yes, we're being very fluid.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So that was not a typo when it was first published. All right, any other comments?
Thank you for the extra week.
You're welcome. All right, well, I'll just say thanks again for all the great participation. It's been, you know, all 5 working sessions I know have been intense. You guys really showed up and really very constructively provided great feedback, comments, and we appreciate that. And I think once we come out of the other end of this, hopefully we all have a really good process that everybody's happy with, and we work through the issues and the details. So thanks to the ISO team for listening and participating and putting together the material. I know it's a lot of work on the ISO team's side as well, so thank you to all of you. I think we'll wrap with some next. Do you have anything else to close, Caitlin?
Yes, sure.
Yep. Okay, I'll turn it over to you. Thanks, everybody.
A quick comment came into the chat just as I was getting up from Gary Holdsworth from SDG&E, and it's my favorite of the day. My brain hurts, so it must have been a great meeting. So I hope others share that sentiment a bit. And so again, the comment template, it's already published. It's on the initiative webpage. The link is there on that first bullet point. And if for any reason you have any questions, you can reach out to ISO Stakeholder Affairs at CAISO.com, and I'll get back to you. We'll work on a notice just to solidify that comment deadline extension, and you'll see the revised date on the initiative webpage as well. And then the SurveyMonkey survey is going to remain open until the comment deadline as well. So if you haven't provided your responses, go ahead and do so. And then just a quick plug, check out the Energy Matters blog. We have our most recent blog post by Deb Levine on the subscriber participating transmission owner model. So check that out, and that link is embedded into this slide. So again, thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you for everybody who came and met us in person. It's been great to see everybody in person. And we will look forward to your comments. Have a good rest of your day.